at 6:02. Okay, so after the last meeting, I contacted the Attorney General's office and they said that we do not have to do a roll call, but I do need to announce the names of the people that are participating in the meeting. So in accordance with the governor's emergency order and open meeting law requirements, the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee is meeting remotely. As such, this meeting is being held on Zoom, televised on HWCam, and recorded for future viewing. Members in attendance include Julia Campbell, Michelle Bailey, Anna Cizik, Dana Alera, David Polito, Michelle Horgan, and Peter Wolzik. While meeting remotely, all votes will be taken via roll call. All right, so on the agenda, it says citizens' comments first, but we have the hearing starting at 6. So does anybody oppose to us just reversing the order of those two things?
You mean having the budget hearing comments now and then having general citizen comments after?
Exactly.
That seems fine to me.
All right, perfect. Okay. So tonight, the first order of business is to conduct our first public hearing on the proposed budget for fiscal 2022. And we will hold another hearing later on March either 8th, 9th, or 10th. It'll be on a slide in a minute. So in accordance with our policies and agreements, this meeting has been duly advertised and posted, and in accordance with customary hearing procedures. Statements and supporting information will be presented first by the superintendent and assistant superintendent on the budget topic. Then after the presentation, members of the public wishing to be heard during the hearing may use the raise hand button at the bottom of the screen. And once recognized to speak, members should address the remarks to the chair. Remarks should be germane to the topic of next year's budget. We've set aside 30 minutes for the hearing. If at the end of 30 minutes, the committee would like to extend the time, we will vote to do so in 15-minute increments. To ensure that all who wish to speak get a chance, each speaker will be asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes, which will be timed by Michelle Horgan. And I will recognize persons who have not commented previously in the hearing before recognizing a person who wishes to make remarks a second time. And then if for some reason after the hearing you have additional written comments you would like to submit to the committee, you can do so by emailing us. We have an email address, which is SC and then that little underscore communications@hwschools.net. Or you can attend our next budget hearing, which I believe is on March 10th. So with that, Mary Beth and Vinny are going to provide the customary information so that the public that's here to comment will have information about the topic.
Great, thanks, Michelle. I'm going to share my screen so we can take a look at a couple slides. Everybody see that okay? Okay.
Yes, we can see that.
All right. So as we walk through there, a lot of these initial slides really have to do with what we've already talked about, that a budget is a reflection of an organization's values and priorities around the constraints of what's possible. As a reminder to the community, there are 2 goals that are reflected in this significantly in this budget. One is related to the foundational literacy goal, which is moving forward a strong early literacy program and a robust intervention program. And that the second goal had to do with capacity, particularly related to central office and system functions. And within that, the issue of bringing back a curriculum, instruction, and assessment structure to the district. Couple of budget realities that have been discussed and considered as part of this budget process. A level service budget, taking what we have, moving it forward to next year, accounts for 3% of the increase. We still are unclear until there is a formal vote at the state level around Chapter 70 funding, that we still continue to live in volatile times related to state funding. Currently this year, there is no surplus to offset the tax rates as there has been in years past. And that we're also mindful of the fact that any budget needs to bear in mind that in the near future, there are facility issues that need to be addressed for the district. Sorry, just go back a couple. So next piece is just a reminder that of the increase that is in this tentative budget, 55% of that is just moving what we have forward. 40% is recovery of positions lost, and 5% is going to OPEB. Again, we talked about priorities, the district goals. Restoring the middle school model is another piece that is in there. We need to respond to enrollment needs. And again, one of the things that we know as a school district, and has been a commitment that I have seen across the towns, is a collaborative effort to work together to address the financial realities that exist in our communities. As a reminder, the fiscal year 22 budget reflects what occurred in fiscal year 21. Again, just a reminder that there were significant staff reductions at the end of June of 20. And that what is in this budget is not looking to return all of the positions that were reduced in June, but rather to selectively choose those positions that are most critical for the functioning of the district, and to bring them back in ways that are as financially efficient as possible. As evidence of that, I will call your attention to the fact that administrative positions went from 2.75 cut, with only 0.8 returning, and teaching assistants that are lower cost positions went up. Sorry, just. So under the teaching and learning leadership structure that we are building in, just a reminder that for most of these positions, we did not add anything to the budget. We simply restructured existing positions for new capacity. What you see here is the elementary director of curriculum position is a new add. Everything else was either existing or is part of a restructure. There is one piece to the model that we are hoping to add in fiscal year 23, but given budget challenges, we did not feel it was appropriate to recommend including it in this year's budget. So one of the things that I wanted to talk to the community about is the idea of what is happening with our curriculum and structure. Many folks may see that there are additional instructional coaches being added, and understanding where those positions came from and how they impact the functioning of the district. So in June of 2020, there were 3 administrative positions that existed in central office. So that, and what we saw in that is a lot of administrative positions that were housed outside of the school setting. We also saw that our elementary schools functioned as silos, that in each school there was a reading specialist, there was a director of instructional technology and media, and then there was one literacy tutor. Each of these programs, well, certainly our schools talked to one another, they ran and operated separately. What this budget is attempting to do is to move our elementary system to not be siloed, but in fact to be coordinated and aligned. Instead of those 3 positions at the central office, there is now 1 administrative position that will be housed in the schools. There is 1 literacy coordinator and 1 library tech coordinator that is working across all the schools to have aligned programs. Then we have 3 instructional coaches that are working in each of the schools to ensure alignment of our curriculum and solid implementations of programs that we look to put into place. What I will remind you is that in this year's current model, we have 6 teachers in these types of support roles. In the new model, there are 5. We are not adding new positions to schools, we are restructuring. What you do see is instead of that 1 literacy tutor, what you're seeing is an increase in those teaching assistant positions in each of the schools to give us greater capacity at a lower cost. So I know that this has been a point of confusion in the community and wanted to be sure to clarify the thinking behind these adjustments. And again, these are the positions that have been restructured, moving elementary library media specialists and reading specialists into district coordinator positions and exchanging them in for instructional coaches. At the secondary level, we did something very similar. We needed to add a secondary director of teaching and learning, but we did not do that by adding a position. What we did was, again, restructure existing building administrators to have one of those individuals take on part of the curriculum leadership role in the district. Our approach for systemic intervention in this budget provides us with a K-5 literacy coordinator, 3 elementary literacy tutors that were existing, and then adding in 6.3 more to give us more capacity to serve more students. It also provides a middle school reading specialist that is a new position for the middle school, high school, but it is not a new position in the budget. It is a restructure. And this budget also provides an after-school support program for the high school. Again, this idea of early literacy is a critical component of the district goals, and you see that priority and value reflected in our budget. So that is a brief overview of the changes that you see in this budget from one year to the next. I anticipate that there will be questions and clarifications that our taxpayers will be interested in hearing about. So at this point, I will turn it back to Michelle, and both Vinny and I are available to answer any questions the community may have. Oh, Michelle, you're muted.
That is a problem, isn't it? Okay, so this is a hearing on the budget, and if people want to be recognized, they will need to push that raise hand button that you can get by clicking on your screen. We'll recognize you. You'll have 3 minutes. Keep your eye on Michelle Horrigan. I am not going to recognize people that don't have like a name, like there's somebody that has a period, like I won't recognize you. If your name is anonymous, I won't recognize you. So if you can change your name to something, if you'd like to be recognized, that will be helpful. And there are 2 people who wish to be recognized to speak on the budget at this point. So yes.
I just want to say that at 2:30, I will let you know you have 30 seconds to go. And if I'm sure all of us have watched the congressional hearings, I won't be as rude as some of the people in our in the Capitol, but please be attentive and yield the floor. Thank you.
So first to speak will be Stacy Metternich, and second to speak will be, it says Derek Bender, so it'll either be Derek or Natalie. When you are recognized to speak, if you can state your name and your address, that will be helpful for us for our records. Thank you very much.
Stacy, you should be all set.
Hi, Stacy Metternich, 3 Dexter Lane in Wenham. Hi everyone. I just want to talk about the budget as I've gone through this budget and say, I don't understand how you want so much curriculum additions in this budget. This time after time, superintendents have come in with their ideas to make change with outside help and promised curriculum. We haven't been able to match the framework set forth by Dr. Celeste Bowler over 7 years ago. Even Superintendent Harvey promised curriculum 8 years ago and brought in all these curriculum people with no new elementary curriculum to show for it. Why don't you research yourself, Superintendent Banyos, since you have the background, and go into the schools and see what is needed for change? After a year with our district, talk to the teachers and help to bring curriculum across the 3 elementary schools. And how do we chart a path without an accurate measurement of what has been lost with our kids, not in school full time as any kind of measurement? I say we hold off on changes on the district this year that you propose. The kids have been out of school for over a year, and we need a plan for kids to get back in school. The curriculum isn't going to get them back into the schools. How about bringing in the 6th grade foreign language back along with that middle school model? That is a big loss to us, as well as trying to open up classes even at the high school schedule so it isn't so tight and kids have choices for classes. There's been a lot of loss and our rankings are dropping. I'd like to see open communication from our superintendent and not hire outside people. And I really think this family and community engagement liaison is another form of padding that separates the superintendent from the community. And this is not the step in the right direction. I also urge Superintendent Banyos to communicate in an open dialogue with the teachers to see what is going on in the classroom, so they and not just rely on leadership team. There is such a huge divide, and I'd like to bring us all back together again. Open communication with parents, and I just would like to see this together. I'm worried for our students suffering the public school systems that seem to be failing them right now. I personally know of 2 kids who recently tried to commit harm to themselves and worried for the mental health of our kids. We need to think about our kids when looking at this budget. Start working on building a better bridge with the community and the teachers and looking at our budget for the kids. I'd like to see no structure this year, and I'd like to see the budget reflect programs being brought back. Thank you.
Thanks, Stacy. Great job keeping it on the time too. Thanks for practicing that. Derek Bender.
Derek, you should be all set.
Okay, it's Natalie. Michelle was right. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak, but you know, I've been a mental health provider on the North Shore for over 15 years. And I think that a shift in the budget to focus on literacy at this time, knowing that we are in the midst of an intense mental health crisis, I think is short-sighted. Oh yeah, and 27 Burley Street in Wenham, for your records. We are having, I'm seeing children as young as 6 years old needing to be hospitalized because they just don't have enough structure in their lives. You know, prior to the pandemic, school refusal was at its highest. Kids were already refusing to go to school because of anxiety and depression and bullying and a whole host of issues. So knowing that you're looking to hire, 6.3 positions of literacy coaches, knowing that we are going to have the greatest rise of mental health struggles of kids when they return, I think, yes, they will be happy to be back, but I think there's a whole lot more kids who are going to have a really hard time transitioning back to school, especially what I've been seeing just in the past few months in referrals to my practice, my group practice in Salem. And so I just want to advocate that if a need is going to be prioritized, that emotional literacy be the priority over reading comprehension and literacy. That's really the bulk of what I want to say. And also, I'm curious about the family curriculum, family advocate. I'm not sure the complete title of that position, but I've worked with individuals in that role in Salem over my years as a mental health provider. And I actually think that has always been one of the best positions for supporting the mental health of kids in a school. I've never seen it on a district level. I've seen it on a school level. So I don't know how one person in that role is going to support an entire district. That seems like a really big job, especially knowing that
30 seconds, please, Natalie.
knowing that there is going to be a huge need for additional support. Therapists are at capacity right now, and our district just does not have enough school adjustment counselors or mental health supports in place. Curriculums like zones and the classrooms, responsive classrooms are nice, but they don't support trauma-informed care. And that's what we need. We're on the tail end of a trauma, and trauma-informed care is where we need our kids to be supported.
Great. Thank you, Natalie.
You, Holly Schmidt, or possibly Michael Schmidt, would like to be recognized to speak.
One moment.
And I don't know if you're able to do the rename and add your last name, but that would be helpful.
Holly, you should be all set.
Ms. Schmidt, if you're talking, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I would like to wholeheartedly agree with Natalie and Stacy's comments. I have lived in this district for 22 years. I am a parent, a taxpayer who has unfailingly supported the school budget, including every single override over those years, and a major supporter of the Hamilton Wenham Ed Fund. I have never felt compelled to involve myself in the school administration until now, due to the latest in a string of emails from our superintendent that hide behind unproductive bureaucracy rather than exhibit the kind of bold leadership.
Holly, so
Yes.
I'm happy to hear what you're talking about during public comment, but this is just about the hearing about the budget. So if it's related to the budget for
I
next,
think honestly, Michelle, it's all related to the budget, because I think the notion that our superintendent is proposing a PR person to deal with parents instead of addressing what is, I agree with Natalie, a massive mental health crisis, as well as an academic crisis. I think it's all part of the same discussion. I'm happy to wait until the end if you would prefer, or post comments in the chat.
no, well, we're not comments in chat, but if you want to address something generic, that's great. But if you want to address the budget, this is kind of the time now. So if you want to just kind of have your topics around that, that would be great.
Okay, I think the budget should be focused on the students and getting them back to school, and on listening to the parents, i.e. the taxpayers. In Superintendent Banyos's latest email, she referred to the various stakeholders in the school reopening debate, and there is exactly one stakeholder in this debate, and it's the taxpayers. And I think that that has been lost in this conversation. And I think it needs to be brought back to the forefront, and the students need to be 100% of our superintendent's focus, not the teachers, not a PR person, not any of that, the students. And we are facing a generation of students who are academically stunted and emotionally damaged. And this school district needs to have a serious reckoning with that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thanks, Holly. Good to see you, actually. It's been a long
Good to
time.
see you too.
Yeah, so next is Mary Adamek.
Mary, you're all set?
Hi, I just wanted to clarify, and I know that you're going to probably, but there's some things that were just said, and I wrote to the panelists that we, in fact, over the last 7 years have brought in lots of curriculum. So I just want to make sure that that's addressed later on tonight, and also that as far as the being trauma informed, I think currently there are 40 of us right now that are in the third of a four-class graduate school certificate program and becoming a trauma-informed school district. So I just wanted to say that I just want to make sure that the work that has been done and is continuing to be done doesn't get lost in tonight's discussion. That's all. Thank you.
Mary, can you just state your address?
Oh, sure. 324 Merrimack Street, Newburyport.
Thank you. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, good. She's a teacher in the school district. Jen Carr is next. And Jen, are you going to stay on for a while for discussion later?
Yes,
Super.
that
Okay.
was the plan.
Thank you.
Jennifer Carr, 5 Meridian Road in Wenham. My comment is relatively short and sweet. I've supported every single budget ride and have actively campaigned for parents to support last year's override. My daughter came on and spoke at the school committee. I came on and spoke at the school committee. I know I will not support a budget that is administratively top heavy. We need teachers in the schools. We need counselors in the schools. That needs to be our priority. And I think a lot of parents feel the same way. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Trip Braillard is what I think the name is, and I'm sorry if I've mispronounced that.
Trip, you should be all set.
Hi, thanks for taking my questions. 2 questions. One, it relates to the 2021 budget. So I know we were budgeted to get state assistance for 2.9 million. My question is, did we get the 2.9 million or did we receive 3.74 million? I think we received 3.74 million from the state website. And if we did receive 3.74 million, what happened to that extra money? Was it returned to the taxpayers?
We have not received the money yet. It comes in installments. So, but we are anticipating that amount, Vinny, correct?
That's correct. We're on schedule to receive 3.7 million by June.
Yep. And
Sorry.
we cannot spend that money because it hasn't been approved for us to spend. So at the end of the school year, it will become a surplus, which then rolls into a surplus account, which can be used to offset the budget in the next year. So not in the fiscal year that we're talking about, but the following fiscal year.
Fiscal year 2023.
Correct.
Okay, then we would expect a massive lowering in the budget then. And then the other concern I have, and I think it echoes what
The budget, it increases revenue if our E&D is more than 3%.
yeah, bottom line. So bottom line, right? And then the other thing is, I mean, this kind of echoes Jennifer's comments earlier. I mean, I went through the budget. It looks like we're adding 9 full-time employees to the total expense. I know some of those are potentially replacements, especially at the middle school. But at the central office, there's 3 full-time employees. And then there's 3 new adds to staff, which are like instructional coaches. I have no idea what that is. So the total of those 2 right there is like $900,000. It just doesn't seem to me like now is the time to do that in the middle of a pandemic when we're financially, stretched, not only the school system, but also families within the town. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the numbers that you see being added to central office are not actual new positions in the budget. They have to do with where the buckets fall for state reporting. So for example, when we had reading specialists at each school, those reading specialists fell in each school's budget. When we have one reading specialist or one literacy coordinator for the district, it moves out of the schools and into central office. It is not an added position, but merely placing it in a different bucket. So it looks like there are additional positions at central office, but it is a movement of people to that location, but not a new added position. The one and only new administrative add to this budget is a 0.8 curriculum person. That is after taking out 2.75 curriculum positions last year. And Vinny, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add to that.
In addition to that, there was the 0.5 payroll administrator,
right.
which was cut from the budget last year.
What about the instructional coaches then at the elementary schools?
Yeah, so the instructional coaches serve a number of different functions. One of their primary functions is to ensure that we have well-articulated aligned curriculum so that what a student is learning in first grade is aligned with what they're going to learn in second grade, and that the approaches and instructional strategies that we have agreed upon as a district are implemented well in classrooms. We did not add any positions to be able to implement instructional coaching positions. What we did is restructured current staff in buildings to free somebody up to step into that role. One of the things that we see when we look at elementary curriculum, and there has been some good work done on that, as Mary Adamek had indicated, but there are still many areas in which we do not have articulated curriculum, reading being first and foremost amongst them. So these are not new positions to the budget that we added, but we moved people around in buildings in order to free up somebody to take this role. And that they fall again in a different bucket than a typical, some of the other positions would fall. So I know it can be confusing when you look at this information, but these are not adds to the budget. These are people that we have moved around.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just hopefully clarify that for you.
No, that's good. I mean, I just then, I'm surprised that the budget's going up by so much. I'm going to, really advocate for no override from the town. I just don't think this is a time to add, to increase your budget by 5% when, the town is under stress, families are under stress. I mean, it's just not the time to do it. So, you know, the operating budget has increased 5.3% over the past 5 years. Do you think that's sustainable going forward for the next 5 or 10 years to increase the operating budget by 5+%?
A couple of thoughts around that. One is, one of the things that you are going to see later in this meeting is our latest revision to the tentative budget that was voted on at our last meeting. And in this next iteration, we are able to pull out, what is it, Vidya, around 180, I believe?
For chapter 70?
Yeah.
160.
160, sorry. So you're already going to see this number come down this evening. And we are continuing to work to get this number to a place so that there are not overrides needed in towns. We understand, we've had numerous conversations with town managers, different boards, the challenges that everyone is facing. So we have already, in the presentation this evening, we'll take out 160 from this budget. And we continue to work to look for ways in which we can take items out of this budget and yet still provide the kinds of services that are essential for students. So I would anticipate that you will see other iterations of this budget, but I want to let you know that we have heard and understand the challenges that are facing towns and are working on our end to get to a point where an override would not be needed for next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think last year with the 8.5% increase during the pandemic was, I think most people felt like a one-time thing. And I mean, you're just not going to be able to do it another year.
Thank you. There's nobody else with their hand raised, which kind of is.
Ms. Kim.
No. Oh, now she did. Okay. I was scrolled down. Sorry. Thank you. Ms. Kim.
And Ms. Kim, you should be all set.
Hi, I'm Chi Kim at 73 Berry Circle in Hamilton, and thank you so much. I just have two questions. One, I know I've been sharing some information with the school committee and Superintendent Banyos. One of the main concerns about trying to get the kids back in school in the buildings, and I know that that's been a pretty big push for many of us, trying to get our kids back in.
I'd like to ask you, is this related to next year's budget, or is this?
It is related to next year's budget because every school in the country is going to be required to have probably testing throughout, just to make sure that we're mitigating for COVID spread and all those kinds of things. And I'm concerned that we're trying to get curriculum coordinators and all that makes sense in a normal year, but this isn't a normal year. And just thinking forward, it would make much more sense to try and figure out, like, are teachers wanting more PD at this point in time? I would imagine that would be a challenge. If you have literacy coaches and folks coming in, are they there to provide PD for the teachers, or is this something that it's just to be more helpful for coordination? That's one. And two, having the community liaison piece does not make sense in this time period. I think if you are going to budget for someone, I would actually budget for a testing coordinator and perhaps more support for mental health and for nursing staff. So those are my two comments.
Super. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, now I'm scrolling up and I don't see anybody else. I'll give you another minute if you want to speak on the budget. Kind of an awkward format. So normally we could see you walking to the microphone and we can hold for you, but.
Michelle, I think one thing that should be brought up is that while we made the cuts in the curriculum for the curriculum leader last year, and Dr. Kuchenberger said that, you know, Mary Beth would be able to cover because she does have a history in curriculum leadership. that she also did say, to finish that sentence, it was a temporary fix and the position needed to be brought back ASAP.
Yeah.
I think it's also really important to just remind everyone, because it has been a very long year, that I believe our NASDAQ last year, we got a warning for not actually having a written out curriculum. And that was actually one of the only strikes against the district in that reporting. So, that it is critical. What is critical today, right? So, but it is something that is needs to happen sooner rather than later for the long-term health. And this is something that we've known about for over a year. So that is something that just really needs to be sort of kept in mind. Excuse me. There's so many things sort of at the forefront of everyone's thoughts about how this school year is running and what the future is going to look like, to realize that we do still have these holes that we need to fill that were part of our district before COVID hit, right? And so that's what this 0.8 position helps to fill. So I just wanted to bring that up.
And when we get to number 5B, we'll talk a little bit more about what's in there and what's changed since our tentative budget. So I am going to close.
Actually, Michelle, there's one other person who's just raised their hand.
Oh. Well, thank goodness for David talking for you. So Stephanie. And then if we're going to continue longer, we'll have to vote.
Stephanie, you should be all set.
Stephanie left our screen. I'm just going to see if Stephanie's back over here. Only if it's Stephanie. Okay. Looks like we lost Stephanie. All right. I don't know. Dana.
I'm not really sure if this is inappropriate, but I want to just say that I appreciated Trip Prailard's question regarding the instructional, understanding the instructional coach. And I just, and again, I'm not sure how this works, but I think that perhaps the community could benefit from one more go round of the explanation of exactly how those positions, like where the reading specialist, which move, because I think it is, I'm really glad he asked it, because it is, it's a little tricky to understand, and I have gotten my head around it now, but I think it would not, if only if it's appropriate, I think that it would merit, if other people agree, one more go through of just how those positions
occurred. Yeah. I'm happy to do that, Dana. And one of the things that I did want to just comment on before I share that is related to the worries and understandable worries that community members have about ensuring that we're placed well for kids to come back and how we're going to support them. One of the things that we think about in designing quality programs for students is what's called a tiered model. And in tier 1 is the general classroom model, where typically what you'll see is about 80 to 85% of the students get what they need. And then there is another level of tier 2 instruction that is related to students that need a second dose, that needs additional support. And then ultimately we go all the way up to a special education program. So when our instructional coaches are working on that tier 1 piece, that is ensuring quality aligned instruction for all of our classrooms. And then you see the additional intervention support occurring. So this model is designed to provide students quality instruction. And part of that quality instruction is curriculum alignment, but their work is in tier 1 classroom instruction. So that's really important to remember. I'm going to share my screen again briefly and just bring up this picture that I talked about before. So what we have happening in our schools right now is that we have one reading specialist and 1 media library technology specialist in every school. What we are doing is trading in some of those folks for instructional coaches, right? So you'll see this year we have what I'm going to refer to as 6 teaching positions and then 3 literacy tutors, right? And then next year, what we're proposing is a single administrator. Remember, that's down from 3 that used to exist in this district. And then we have, remember those 6 positions? 1 is the coordinator of literacy intervention. 1 is the coordinator of technology integration at the elementary level. 1 has been turned into an instructional coach at the Bucher School. 1 is an instructional, that position feeds the instructional coach at Winthrop, and 1 provides the instructional coach at Cutler. That 6th position, those dollars get changed in to help fund some of these additional literacy tutors. So again, there have been no adds to this budget to provide support for our tier 1 classroom instruction, but rather a reorganization of the individuals within our buildings. So I don't know, Dana, if that helped a little bit. Just to reiterate, because there are a lot of moving parts here, and I understand that it can be confusing to the community.
Yeah, it helps me, and I know that I personally had to hear it a bunch of times before I really, heard it. So that's why I just asked for it to be said again. So thank you.
Okay, Amy DeSimone, if you want to speak for the budget, we'll bring you in. And if not, we'll hold you in before we start public comments.
Amy, you should be all set.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Amy.
Thank you. Amy D. Simone, 15 Porter Street in Wenham. Sorry, I can't figure out the whole video thing tonight. My only question about tonight's budget discussion is this the same budget that was discussed with the joint towns, the finance committee and all that? Or have there been reductions or changes to the school budget since that meeting?
We'll be seeing those changes later in the meeting, but because the school committee hasn't seen them yet, we're presenting to the community the original, but we'll be seeing another budget later and we'll have another hearing on that budget.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure that there was, okay, thank you.
Okay, so next thing will be now public comments. Before the public comment period, I wanted to address some correspondence that we have received. Well, members of the school committee have received over the past couple of weeks or week. First, I appreciate the frustration and the loss that many families are feeling and that their students are experiencing. My own child or children are experiencing that as well, as one attends the Wenham campus of Suffolk University in the room next door, and my other student participates in the hybrid program. Many of the emails have had an undercurrent of negativity, which is counter to the community support, which we need to address the complex issues. I would ask that the community resist the impulse to undermine what has been constructed for the school year, and the team leading the effort, including our superintendent, our leadership team, our teachers, and our custodians. Occasionally, we get requests from the community to add items to our agenda. There's a lot to consider when we're putting together the agenda, and Michelle and I meet with the superintendent weekly to do that, and also to advise her on what sort of reports and information is needed. When the agenda items require recommendations or feedback, we try to provide the leadership team with time to digest that and bring that to us. This week, this process seems to have run amiss. When members of the committee made a motion and a second in an email chain that was shared with the community member became confused that these actions through email were official actions of the committee. The committee conducts our business best and most transparent and most efficiently when we deliberate in our meetings on matters related to our duties. Each member has a voice, but only the decisions of the collective group can lead our district. The topic of pool testing was presented and discussed at our February 3rd meeting. And by a 6-to-1 vote, the committee decided not to participate in the program being offered at that time. In fact, only 120 out of 289 districts statewide decided to participate. But later, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education provided some new information and guidelines that are being processed by our superintendent and her leadership team. And we are expecting to hear from them on March 3rd. This topic was not included in tonight's agenda so that the committee could have the benefit of hearing from our school leaders and nurses on how the DESE changes would affect our district. When we uphold our ethics policy, we allow our administration to fully discharge their professional duties to make recommendations and inform the committee on topics to be decided. So since this is an important topic, both to the committee and to the community, I would ask if someone would like to make a motion to add pool testing to our March 3rd agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to please add pool testing to our March 3rd, 2021 agenda.
Why?
Second for that?
Second. I'll second, just for discussion. Why are we actually bringing that up as a motion right now as opposed to just putting it on our agenda?
I'm happy to put it on the agenda, but people have been emailing me insisting that we do it tonight. So I just wanted to address it, David. That's all.
So, okay, I thought that was the statement was actually a little weird and seemed a little harsh, right? I think that we have a lot of new board members here, and sometimes that things get a little bit sort of haywire. It's sort of how that goes with all good intention, obviously. Excuse me. But, you know, I think that there's a very big difference in sort of returning to a vote and then actually receiving new information and creating a new vote. You know, everyone needs to let the process happen, right? In the most frustrating part of this job as a parent, as a teacher, as an administrator, as a school board member, is the time it takes to do some of this work, right? But like, you know, it's odd by putting this motion in, we're sort of just adding fuel to like this fire where like everything is sort of I don't want to say haphazardly because everything is happening with thought and attention, but not necessarily in the correct process. And we want to be sure that we, you know, especially you and I, Michelle, as sort of senior members of this, you know, board, are making sure that we're doing the process correctly, and then also, you know, being able to teach the younger members of the board how it works, because I'm not going to be here forever, and I don't plan, you know, and that there is a, you know, we're in a time of crisis, but we can't, you know, just sort of be acting, you know, without sort of forethought in paying attention to how things sort of need to happen. So like, you know, I'm just nervous, even though I did second this, you know, I don't want to add to the fire that like sort of immediate, that need for immediacy, you know, and like, oh, we need to bring this up, right? Because by adding it to the agenda, excuse me, at the appropriate time, it doesn't mean it's not addressing an immediate concern, right? And then what the problem that happens is that we're then sort of showing the public, as we have 115 people here watching, well, okay, if we need anything to happen at that next meeting, it needs to be brought up in this meeting and voted upon. That's not how the process is supposed to happen, right? And I think and the reason we're here is because we lost track of that months ago, right? And so I think we need to sort of start working collectively to get back on track, right? So that's where my, you know, the past couple of weeks, right, you've also sort of been revolved around, and sort of my statements is that, like, you know, I see where everyone's coming from, you know, on every issue here, and you know, but I think there's just sort of we're losing our way trying to sort of collect everything along the way. So, you know, that's where my worry is, that there is a process, you know, and a protocol that we need to make sure that we're getting back on track and sticking to.
Thank you. And Anna?
So just for clarification on a couple of things, I was the person who asked for this to be added to the agenda tonight. I used the provision of renewing something to the table, which was exactly the provision you used to bring the Student Opportunity Act back around as new business. So I think it's important to note for the record that I'm merely asking to be afforded the same latitude that you gave yourself on a different matter. The reason I asked for it to be tonight and then secondarily asked for the 23rd is there is a March 1st deadline, as I understand it, to officially go with the DESE testing or not. My discomfort of tabling this to March 3rd is I'm concerned we're going to once again miss a deadline to do this. My second question, I guess, for the superintendent is, every week that we wait to plan, to think, to vote, to make operational, those are weeks that we're missing. I think there's a sense of urgency here. And so my motivation to ask for this to be renewed, which is a simple procedure that we all have latitude to do, was that if we're going to do this, we should take action sooner than later. In the intervening time from our vote, several things happened. There was new guidance that was permitted. The MASC put out a really generous guide that talked about pool testing. New foundational resources became available, and a member of our community who sits on the National COVID Collaborative came forward to say, I can help advise on this. I understand this. So my motivation to renew the question was driven by new information and new context that is somewhat time sensitive. So I absolutely want it brought back to the table. I was the person who made the request. To David's point, part of the reason we're having this problem is that the control of the agenda is unilaterally held by the chairs and superintendent. That's what we fight about every meeting. So this does need to be brought back to the table. We can do it tonight. We can do it on the 23rd. We could potentially do it on March 3rd, but I worry that we're going to miss a deadline with DESE again and be too late. And again, that's 2 weeks from now. So I just want to clarify for the public, the procedural gamesmanship is a waste of our time, right? Like, we need to make decisions. We need to move forward. Pool testing is on the table. It is a valuable mitigation strategy that will help get our people back in school, to stay in school. We heard from a member of the community, Ms. Kim, that this is going to be something that's likely going to be required moving forward. So all I see is more time wasted while we're waiting to make up our mind and talk about it and make it operational. So I want to sort of correct the record about how this came about. I asked for it over email to be added to the agenda. That's a provision afforded to me as a member of the community, as a member of the committee. And it's frustrating that these things get brought up and we have to vote. I have a right to ask for it to be renewed. And that's what I did. And that's a power afforded to me. So we can talk about it on the 3rd. I'd like to hear the superintendent address whether or not we're going to miss the March 1st deadline with DESE if we wait until that time to bring it up again. I would also ask that whenever we talk about it, whether it's next week or the 3rd, I would like a member of the Board of Health to be present to speak on this matter. I was incredibly frustrated at the last meeting that the superintendent failed to reveal the letter from the Board of Health advising on it. I think it would have made a difference. I think if we're going to talk about it again, I want to have everyone at the table who has as much knowledge as possible about what's going to be required. I recognize that probably can't happen tonight because we haven't planned for it, but it does need to come back. That's a power I have to ask for it to come back that we're all equally afforded. If it happens on the 23rd, great. If it can happen on the 3rd, great. Maybe, as long as we don't miss the deadline. So I'd like the superintendent to speak to that, but I'm frustrated by the sort of parliamentary back and forth. We just need to solve these problems and start talking about things as soon as possible.
So Anna, I have to push back on your statement that the superintendent didn't share the letter from the Board of Health. That's been explained. It's been explained adequately. That went to an incorrect email address. The superintendent did not have that information. And you had that.
Excuse me, Michelle. She admitted that she shared it with Tom and Leah before the meeting. She admitted it in open record that she shared it. You can check the recording. She had it. She shared it with the staff. She did not share it with us.
Anna, you had the letter and also did not share it with the committee in advance. So
I received the letter in the middle of the meeting from David Smith. I was the one who read it into the record, Michelle.
Great. That is fantastic. It seems like something very small. I would love for the superintendent to address it. And I would love if we could put that to bed because it's not an issue of leadership or transparency that is affecting our district.
Thank you, Michelle. I'll start briefly with that because I know that there are more important things for us to address, but it has been brought up numerous times by Anna that I withheld information from the Board of Health and I want to be sure to clear the record around that. Michelle Horgan talked with the Board of Health, asked them to look at this issue, and copied me on an email, which I shared with the Board of Health to please feel free to reach out and for me to answer any questions that they might have. And that I looked forward to hearing what transpired in their meeting. The results of the Board of Health discussion inadvertently were sent to my personal email by the chair of the Board of Health. And so I had not seen that. When right before the meeting, when I was meeting with Mr. Geary and our lead nurse, and we were reviewing our presentation, I indicated that I thought the Board of Health was looking into that. I didn't know if they made a formal recommendation. I hadn't seen anything from them. I quickly searched my work email and then found it in my personal email. We worked through that. There were no formal recommendations from that group, and we quickly moved on. In that moment, I was focused on the presentation for the evening, and it did not send it to the committee as we were talking about the presentation. I expect a little bit of grace around that. That was not trying to not withhold information from the committee. That was trying to juggle a number of important events at a single time. And I really am frustrated by the characterization of my efforts to try to deceive or withhold information from the committee. Nothing could be further from the truth. In terms of responding to the questions that you have, first, I do want to let you know that Tom has been in communication with the Department of Education, and they have clearly indicated to us that we have a full application with them, that we had decided to put that on hold. And so if we want to move forward with that, we can continue. So there is no problem with the March 1st deadline, and any March 3rd communication and conversation will be fine as far as the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education is concerned. Ms. Kim and I have also communicated via email, and I have invited her to talk with us as we look at the new information that is now in front of us. And she has offered some time for next week, and we are trying to coordinate schedules. I do think it's important for the community to be aware that what the committee voted on at the last meeting was to not go forward with the Department of Elementary and Secondary pool testing program as it stood at the time, given the wide variety of operational and implementation challenges. That is not to say that anybody here believes that pool testing cannot be an important part of a mitigation strategy. So we will be continuing to look into this. We will be prepared to speak to you again on March 3rd about the changes that are part of the DESE's ongoing adjustments to this program. As you mentioned, Michelle, many districts decided not to take advantage of it, seeing the same challenges that this committee saw. And I think that the DESE is in good faith trying to make adjustments to that program in order to have more people and more communities be able to take advantage of the pool testing program. I'll check quickly with Tom to see if he wants to add anything else here, and then I will yield back to you.
Superintendent, I think you covered just about everything, but I did get confirmation that the application that we did submit stands. We would not have to refile our application. Just a simple email saying that we want to re-engage DESE and our assigned contractor would suffice. And I was told, while it's still unofficial, there are still some conversations at the state level about extending the program. So before, if you recall, when I presented that there was a strict deadline of when DESE was going to discontinue the program. There are conversations now being held because a lot of districts face the same obstacles that we did about possibly extending that 6 weeks from the time of implementation. So I think sometimes patience is good with this, and we'll continue to research and present back to the committee on March 3rd.
Great, thank you. So I've spoken, Dana, Anna has spoken. I think Dana wants to speak.
Thank you. So I have three things to say. One is that if we listened carefully to each and every person that just spoke to us in the budget, the number one thing that they all said was they want us to focus on the students. So I am feeling sort of pre-frustrated because I am looking ahead to the rest of this meeting, and I do not want to spend another meeting the way that we have spent many, in a way that I feel is not focused on the students. I want to keep everyone's focus on what is best for the students in our district. I'm just going to put that out there. There's a motion on the table, and I want us also to move the meeting along by addressing the specific motion on the table.
Could someone repeat the motion?
Yep, I made a motion that we talk about pool testing on our March 3rd meeting.
Finally,
like talk about or vote on or
To add pool testing to our March 3rd meeting as an agenda item.
But still, will we be voting? Will we?
Dana has the floor. So if we could please allow Dana to speak, and then everyone else will also get their opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Unreal. Double standard.
I'm not feeling comfortable speaking right now. I don't know what you're saying, Peter.
I'm trying to get a clarification of what's happening on March 3rd. And for some reason, every time I bring up a question, Michelle shuts me down, but she doesn't do it with others. So I'm just trying to understand her double standard as well. I just want to know what we're doing on March 3rd. What's this motion? Add pool testing to the March 3rd. Are we just discussing? Are we voting? Should we have information ahead of time? That's all I'm asking. Unbelievable.
I believe you have the floor. If you'd like to speak, that would be fine. If you are not comfortable speaking, I can.
Well, I feel, this is exactly what I do not want to have happen, is that I would like to make my points. I think it's perfectly reasonable for Peter to have his question answered. But I also think I am following the rules, and I'd like to be heard when it's my turn. So I don't know how you want to handle that, but
Yeah, I think after you speak, everyone gets a turn, at which point Peter and Julia and David will also have a turn to ask their questions. And I would hope that people would not interrupt when others are speaking.
So my final comment, though I feel frustrated with this moment, but my final comment is that I do want leadership to have input into how I choose to vote, revote, or reevaluate the pool testing. I really value the team as a whole, our leadership team. And if what needs to happen is that the leadership team needs to reevaluate or newly look at the new information that they have in front of them, I feel like that isn't, if we're being told that March 3rd will give us enough time so that we can have input from the leadership team, then I would be in support of that being an appropriate time to revisit this. Thank you.
Would you like to address that, Superintendent Banyos?
Yes, and again, there is a lot of information that is changing at the Department of Education regarding pool testing. Tom, Gary, Leah Tabenkin, other members of our nursing team are all looking into this to understand what those changes are. We have also been in contact with Ms. Kim to have a conversation with her, given her expertise. So next week, folks are on vacation this week. And so in order to get everybody together, we'll be able to do that next week. Be prepared with information to put on the agenda by Friday, and then report out to the committee on the 3rd. Again, we were careful to talk to the department to be sure that if the committee decides to move forward with the program on the 3rd, there will be no problem associated with that, given that their published date was March 1st for applications. But as Tom indicated, we already have an application on file, and it will be easy to reinstate that should the committee decide to do so.
Okay. Peter, did you want to speak?
I had the same question Julia had. That's all. What are we voting on March 4th? That's all I wanted to say. For some reason, there's a double standard, Ms. Bailey, when you talk to me, and I just hope you do some self-reflecting. I just want to know what we're voting on for March, to add pool testing to March 3rd.
I think we'll be voting on the recommendation brought forward by the leadership team.
Thank you.
But I don't know what the future will bring, so I don't know. Julia.
Yeah, my only comment is that I would love to hear from the public health nurses. And I think that was it was on me. It was a kind of missed opportunity. And when we heard from Mary Beth Ting, after we had voted, it really was pretty enlightening. So I think that having those voices at the table. And the other thing I would say is that, I know optics are everything, and it looks like we don't know what we're doing or we're revoting on things. But in lieu of new information, I mean, the data, the science, everything is changing so fast and so rapidly. And I think if there are new items and there's new research brought to the table, I think we should have the capacity to be adults and say, okay, we're going to vote again, and then this vote is going to stand, or maybe we'll vote again in 4 weeks with new information. So, I seconded the motion, and maybe I didn't do it in the correct way because I am, the newest baby board member, but I think that we should have the opportunity to be continually bringing these things up for discussion and debating them. So I would just love for the public health nurses either to be there, issue a statement, something like that.
David, did you want to speak on the motion specifically?
Just the fact that it's been 20 minutes now since I said this is the wrong place and wrong avenue to do something like this, right? Like.
Yep. I agree. All right. I'll give everybody a second chance since 2 members want to speak. Anna?
I wanted to amend the motion to explicitly invite members of the Board of Health, either David Smith and or Mary Beth Ting, and also Ms. Chi Kim, who does have extraordinary expertise, to be present at our meeting on March 3rd.
So we can invite that. That's fine. We have no problem with that. I don't think we need to include that in the motion. Anybody disagree with that? Great. And Dana?
I'd like to move to vote.
Oh, okay. Great. So we will vote. The motion is to add whenever report on pool testing it's just to add it to the agenda. We believe it's going to be a report from the leadership team. So David?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Anna?
Yes.
Julia?
Yes.
Bill Bailey, yes. Great. Now, the public who has patiently waited through that, if you would like to speak, we will hear your whatever topics. Let me see. I think I wrote something about that. No. If you would like to speak, you can use the same system as we did for the hearing. You can use the raise hand button. When you are recognized to speak, we will bring you in just in the same manner. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and Michelle Horrigan will let you know when you are approaching the end of your speaking time. And then when she tells you that your 3 minutes is up, that's it. So please use your time judiciously and wisely. The topics are not limited to just the budget the way they were during the previous time. And I'm going to recognize Kristen Alexander first, and I am not going to recognize people a second time to speak during this time period. So while I'm assuming it's still Natalie, can speak during this time period, but if Natalie wanted to speak yet another time during public comment, I won't recognize people a second time during public comment. So if you want to pull in Kristen Alexander, that would be great. And Kristen will state her name, and where did she go? Oh, there she is. State her name and address for the record.
Yeah. Okay. I'm Kirsten Alexander, 231 Larch Row in Wenham. I watched the February 3rd school committee meeting after the fact and was disappointed that the school committee voted not to accept DESE state funding and other resources and support for COVID-19 weekly pool testing of all students. This testing is something that would benefit the entire community, especially as it comes with significant funding not available anywhere else. And I urge you to reconsider, as I'm glad you're going to do on March 3rd, get this going as soon as possible, and also fund ongoing testing for the rest of this year and for the upcoming school year as necessary. Testing would go a long way towards reducing the risk that makes it feasible for a full return of students to school. Because there's no plan yet for children under 16 to be vaccinated with COVID-19, widespread testing is critical for keeping COVID-19 outbreaks in our community in check. This is especially important as more infectious variants of COVID-19 have now hit Massachusetts. Current school space planning models and those under discussion do not address the unknowns around this more infectious threat. In cities with town sewer systems, they can see upticks before people know they are infected. We have septic systems and do not have that option. So currently there is no other way of knowing how pervasive asymptomatic COVID-19 spread is in our general community. The 1918 flu epidemic lasted for 3 years. We have no idea how long COVID-19 will be with us. Clearly, quickly, and effectively doing whatever we can to make school a safer place to learn, the better. I understand that this is a lot more work for the schools at a tough time. So I'm also volunteering my marketing skills to do outreach to parents to encourage them to sign up quickly for their children's testing. I'm happy to seek out other parents to help as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten.
Kirsten.
I don't know why I say that wrong, because I want to say something else, so a different name. So.
Happens all the time.
Yep. What happened to Natalie, who was under Derek? Did she? Oh, there there she is. She's at the top. Great.
Natalie, you should be all set.
Hi, I guess I heard some comments earlier that just in terms of the way the school committee was addressing the budget, that I want to be really clear that we cannot treat the 21-22 school year like what we had planned prior to the pandemic. This is not the same world, and the same needs no longer apply. You know, and whatever Dr. Kuchenberg had recommended, you know, thinking about literacy, you know, understanding what an instructional coach does. And I'm not disputing that those things are valuable, but we are in a pandemic and we're not going back to normal. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. We have to face facts that the post-COVID world is not the same as the one that we had in the 1920 school year. It's just not the same place. And so to treat, you know, whether it's next year's budget or next year's school, like we're going back to normal is not a reality. And I feel like the administration and the school committee is treating it as such and should really think about this in a much different way. It is painful to watch these meetings. And I would like to be more involved, but I don't have the mental capacity to watch these every week. And hearing you guys argue for the past 20 minutes is painful, considering that the thing that you're arguing about is voting on something that you didn't vote on several weeks ago. And the way that you could have alleviated that, like, oh, if we had known, the thought that you didn't even think to bring in someone from the Board of Health at that meeting, like that didn't cross anybody's mind, is the reason that so many people have little faith in the school administration and the school committee. And thinking about, I mean, it's great that you're going to bring someone in on March 3rd, but that no one thought to do that, regardless of a letter like that. But knowing that you're going to be talking about a public health issue, and you guys make decisions on a public health issue and not involve somebody who is intricately involved in public health, doesn't seem like a responsible thing to do. So watching you guys argue for the past 20 minutes is just unbelievable. The level of condescension that you guys have towards one another is, you know, I get it. Like you guys, I get that you have been through the ringer this year. I get that you are all at your breaking point, but it is time to like drop the edge and figure it out, because there is too much at stake from this point until September.
Thank you, Natalie. Your time is up.
I am not going to recognize someone who does not write a name. So the only person who is left is KA, and I will only recognize people that we know are people in this. So if you can change your name, that would be fine. I can give you just a few seconds for that. And Olive, who I believe is a student, or possibly it is Olive's parent.
Olive, you're all set?
Hello, Jennifer Bevilacqua. I am Olive is my child. 221 Lake Drive in Hamilton. I want to thank Mrs. Adamek for informing us about the trauma-informed teaching training. I think that's really helpful to know as a parent that our teachers are undergoing this training. The other thing I wanted to just say is that it seems that our school leadership, our administration is focusing a lot of our funding on the tier 1 support. And in anticipating that a significant number of our students are going to exhibit learning loss, and anticipating that there's going to be this significant increase in 504B plans and IEPs, should we not shift this funding to a two-tier support, which was stated to be students that need more help? I think further, by shifting this funding to tier 2, it would be more aligned with the requirements of the grant funds that the committee applied for under the Student Opportunity Act, which is supposed to specifically target marginalized student groups. So I guess I'm wondering, have we put any consideration into this, or does our budgets already address the likelihood of needing an increase in this tier 2 support? That's it.
I can quickly respond to that, Michelle, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I need KA to change their name. I'm not going to recognize initials. So if they can try and do that if you click on yourself, there's a 3 little dots. You can click on that, you click rename, and you can type your name. Thank you. Thanks, I want to call you Dr. Banyos, sorry. Superintendent Banyos.
Yeah, I did want to respond to the last question regarding whether or not the budget is paying attention to those additional tier 2 responses. And if you can remember from the pictures that I showed, that in the current model, we have one literacy tutor per school. In the new model, that number is going up to 3. So we've basically tripled the number of people in our district that will be able to deliver direct tier 2 intervention to our students. We agree that that is going to be a critical component for next year, but we also have to remember that our students that need intervention are also in the classroom, and we want to be sure that what's happening in the classroom is rock solid and that it is aligned with what they are experiencing in intervention. So we need both pieces of that puzzle in order to serve students well.
Great. So, sorry, KA, but okay. Super. Then the next topic is new business. There's 3 things under new business. There's a discussion about what this family and community engagement liaison would do. There is a report. There was a meeting on Thursday last week, maybe? Thursday last week, where the leadership team took time out of their day to meet with Dr. Jennifer Carr to discuss some analysis she'd done about space in our schools. And then there is an introduction of a conceptual plan for returning to school. So all of those are with you, Superintendent Banos.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. For members of the committee and the community, the job description is part of the exhibit of tonight's agenda. The job description is for a position entitled Family Community Engagement Liaison. What I wanted to share with the community and the committee is that this is not a it is not a new person in the district, but it is an expanded role. Currently at central office, we have spent a large portion of our fall thinking about restructuring and what are the needs of our organization and how do we deliver those in the most efficient way. Communication and community engagement has been a place where we feel like we need to provide more resources and services to the community. And so what we are currently sitting with is that we have an administrative assistant at the central office who is retiring this March. This person in the past has been working towards registrar functions and served as the administrative assistant to the director of curriculum when that position was in place. After talking with our entire central office team, looking at needs, what we have determined would be the most helpful way to use those resources is to focus them on communication and community engagement. What you see here is a job description that would be used to hire this person's replacement. It is likely that there will probably be a slight differential in terms of salary, given the skill sets that we're asking for in this role. But primarily what is happening here is as opposed to hiring back somebody into a role that existed before that we no longer feel is as efficient as possible, we are looking to transition that administrative assistant position into a family and community engagement liaison that can better serve our community. So again, this is not a brand new add to the budget. This is a repurposing, restructuring of positions that already exist to better serve the needs that have been identified in this community. Again, this role is intended to do a number of different things. One is to get that engagement that I know that the committee has talked about with families, that outreach, that ensuring that they are welcome to the community, that their questions get answered. This person would also help with things like transportation, being sure that those problems are solved. This would be somebody that can survey and outreach to our more at-risk populations and being sure that their needs are met. They can help with social media, with website, helping to get people online in terms of volunteering and providing query checks and some of those functions that we need at central office. So as we think about hiring for the position that is being, someone is retiring out of, and I should formally recognize Alondra Brooks, who has been with the district for quite a while. She has served this district well, and as I have indicated, she will be retiring in March, but we are looking to hire in a different type of position given the realities that we face and after the study we underwent in terms of what are the greatest needs at central office. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
David?
Sorry, excuse me. It's real dusty in my house right now. We were asked by the town boards last week, to reduce our budget by $400,000 thereabouts, right? And, even though I know that we're looking at a reduction of 160 later tonight, I'm not entirely convinced that replacing this retiring person is the best way to spend money, where we have a potential at an additional 60,000 and just not replacing it. I do understand the need, or the role that such a position could play, especially this year, but I also think that that's our fault as well, right? That it is our job to be our own advocates with the public, and if there is a need for it to be better, then that's on us, right? So I'm right, and usually, years past, and you guys have actually watched school committees before COVID, know that I'm usually not the person to say, let's cut. I'm always the add more guy, but I'm having a hard time this year, really trying to hear what we're being asked to do by the towns, and even by the parents and say, tonight, and just saying, this is not the year, for an override, and I get that, right? And so it's really tough to sort of to think about bringing this position on, excuse me, at this time.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts around that, David, and Tom and Vinny, I'll ask you to jump in here as well. But as I indicated, this person would be serving a number of different roles in relation to the community. And we have already tightened up central office pretty substantially. So to lose this position in addition to would really cripple our efforts. Along the community engagement liaison has a number of different functions. One is to certainly reach out to families and to be communicating around that. We have need for somebody to help with families that have issues related to transportation. This person would include that. The website, which everyone has indicated, and I completely agree with, is not at a level that it needs to be. It's not updated in a way that it needs to be. We are not maximizing social media in ways that we know we could if we had more capacity. So this person would be helping with that function as well. Things like, for example, we have kindergarten registration coming up next week and or in March, and we need capacity around that. So we need things like fingerprinting and query checks that occur, and we need backup people for that in this district. And so where so many parents volunteer, this person can be helping out with that. One of the things that came through in our conversations at central office was the need for a central clearinghouse when people call in, because they don't often know who's going to be best to answer that question. So this community liaison could do that, and not have that going on to somebody else who has different defined roles. So I do want to share that along with really specific aspects of community outreach, this person would also be engaging in critical functions in the central office. As we had talked earlier, part of our strategy was to get central office as tight as possible and push out resources to schools. But this, if we had to go down yet another position, that may very well have substantial impact in our ability to deliver the services that are required of central office. And I don't know, Tom, do you want to jump in and Vinny around that?
Yeah, I guess if I can add one thing on the transportation piece, there's things that the pandemic kind of has forced our hand into improving upon, right? So there's some things that we're going to be glad to leave behind and never look back. And there's also some things that we've gained and, we're happy to adopt going forward. One of those is having a true registration process for transportation, where parents are actually signing up for it. We know who's riding on the bus, and we can actually communicate to parents what time the bus should be coming. The bus drivers know what kids are going to be on their bus. That's something that the pandemic really forced the district to do. We're holding on, by a lot of effort, some extra hours put into that by a few folks. That's just one example on the transportation front that I think would be valuable to have moving forward. Even another piece, as we're talking, and I'm sorry to bring it back up because I know it's probably the last thing people want to hear again, but if we're talking about pool testing, I see this person as really being a champion of engaging the community and sharing how valuable it'll be if we do take on that initiative. Just having that extra set of hands, I see could be really valuable in not only just maintaining status quo, but improving going forward. So.
And Vinny, any thoughts in terms of particularly the challenges with lots of calls? I know they often end up in your office and need processing. Anything you want to add there?
I think you guys pretty much covered all of it.
Thanks, Vinny. Peter?
Sorry, Anna had her hand up before me.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it. You're next to David, so I'm going around in order.
It's up to Anna.
No, Peter, you can speak, or you
Okay.
can. I'm just trying to keep it around in order. It's not.
Michelle, please don't start getting condescending. I'm already calming down from the last, from your last double standard. So I have a quick question and a two-part question. Can you clarify the difference? There's a lot of talk going around about a community liaison and a public relation person. I think you just talked about community liaison. Is there a public relations person? And also, could we, considering our tight budget considerations, could we consider bringing in interns for this position? Most places have interns for this type of stuff.
Yeah, so a couple of different thoughts around that. So one of the comments that I know has been made in the community is that we employ a communications department or a communications company to help with press related issues, to help publicize the school district. Initially, when I first walked in, it was unclear how much they may be able to do with websites and that kind of thing. We've made some adjustments based on some additional plans to that. I want to make it really clear that it is certainly common practice in school districts to have this type of service available. The towns of Wenham and Hamilton also employ a communications group as well. And particularly given the tight staffing that is a reality at our central office, we feel that we can get some of these services done more efficiently through contracts. Human resources is another place where we are attempting to tighten our expenditures by using contracts. So yes, that is something that we do as part of a normal central office function. This position that tends to be more focused on projects or immediate communication needs for the district. This position is envisioned as somebody who will do a lot of relationship building with the community. I think that it could be supplemented certainly by interns. I do not think that it would be the type of thing that we would have interns filling these positions, much like we wouldn't have other critical functions in the district handled by interns. I agree completely that interns can be a great source of additional support in the district. As we start to get our feet on the ground after recovery of the number of positions that were lost, I think looking out and seeing where we might be able to do something like that makes a lot of sense. But I would be hesitant and concerned about having these roles be designated as to an intern.
So we didn't hire a PR person, we hired a PR company. We've contracted out.
That's correct.
And is now the time to ask how much that costs the district, or?
The current contract is $2,500 a month.
All right. Thank you.
Anna?
Thanks, Michelle. So as I've been looking at this and sort of hearing what the public just said, I've got a few thoughts. One of which is I totally support David that we're looking for huge cuts to our budget, and this is a place that could be a cut. And I think that we have to be honest about that. So I have that thought. More importantly, though, I have to say, a lot of what's described here is already being done in the district by volunteers or by other staff. The Corey checks are often done at the school building level. The school secretaries help do that. All of the stuff about planning family and student events, the Friends do that, and they do an awesome job at it. A lot of the stuff about sharing partner and responsibility, connecting families to school, to local officials, promote civic engagement. That's what we do. We can do that, and we're volunteers. So I feel like there is some redundancy about things that are already being done on a volunteer basis that I'm hesitant to make into a paid position, just in a general way. And then I'm looking at some of the rest of it. These are things that people should be doing. The school administration doesn't need another sort of layer of buffering. If anything, we need a solid org chart so people can self-serve and find themselves. And I know David said there was a part of the website that's like who to call for what. I think a lot of that's something that strikes me. There are other parts of this that on their face are actually like a whole other job themselves. Social media is a whole job. Newsletters are a job. This just seems like a really weird mashup of a bunch of things that don't go together. Similarly, the part about advocating for each child, special education laws. Now I'm thinking that's sort of a conflict of interest. Special ed advocacy is a whole other thing. It's an unusual skill set. So I feel like what this feels like to me is we took a whole bunch of stuff that people are already doing well and are turning it into a job. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we need that don't exactly go together in terms of job duties, like what someone could potentially have capacity to do. Frankly, there's a bunch of stuff here that I just think is your job, Mary Beth. I think some of this is just about sort of engagement in doing that. And I think the high level thing I just want to really, that kind of strikes me, and Tom, I'm not meaning to pick on you because I do think it'd be really slick if we could have a transportation bus system. That sounds really nice. I want to go back to something that Natalie Binder said, which is, our kids are going to be returning to us with problems of a scale we've never seen before. And so I feel like it seems really off the mark to be talking about having, read alouds and movie nights and coordinating buses. Like, I would rather spend the money on more counselors or these mental health positions. I would rather see, the money back into world language at the 6th grade. Like, I kind of agree with David. I feel like if we have a place to cut, this is a place to cut. But if I was not going to cut this position, if we were going to retain the $60,000 allocation of whatever it is, I would not put it into an admin central office bus coordinator with movie night. I would put it into counseling, mental health, foreign language, more things that are directly in the building with the kids. So to me, this just feels like sort of another kind of middle management position that I don't think we can afford. And if we do decide we want to retain it as a line item, I absolutely positively would not keep it as a central office allocation. So I'm sort of to me, this is a non-starter on about 7 different levels.
Michelle Horrigan?
I agree that this seemed on the outset like not a position we need, but I can tell you from the last 2.5 weeks, there's a black hole in our social services in our communities, both Hamilton and Wenham. I've had outreach from the Board of Health nurse, Hamilton Foundation, schools for families in distress through my job in town. So although this might not be perfect, this position, I think it has great potential. And I don't want to throw it out as frivolous, because again, from my position where I work and what I see what's happening in town, there's a black hole, and our social services are not available in town. That we need a central office, and school, as we've often said, is the connector for both towns. And I really think there is a need for this. Maybe not as it is right now, but an evolution of it perhaps, because there definitely family and community engagement is needed. So,
Julia?
So it's so interesting to me how we all had different interpretations of this job description. When I read it, I saw it as a response to what Natalie's talking about. Because I read, help families be effective advocates for their children, partner as appropriate with area agencies, like get them connected to mental health resources, maybe bring in trauma-informed counseling or identify professional development needs, look at the community and be the person that really can get into the weeds and connect people with all of these different resources. So I know that it looks like a communications position, which I think is a problem. I definitely see where that could be. It looks like a PR position. It looks like a communications position. But I think if we ramp up, like what Tom was talking about, this person could be the cheerleader, the advocate, get parent volunteers mobilized to get out the pool testing, or get parent volunteers mobilized to do whatever else in the community that we need. I see it as an opportunity. I don't think it's going to be popular in the community, but I do, because I think the way the job description is written, it's a lot also for one person to do all of these things. So I think we have to streamline it. But I definitely think, just listening to also what Natalie said, I mean, there has to be more connection to get parents to services. And maybe that is the school's job, but I think having one streamlined place to go. So I think there's a lot of value here. I don't think we should throw everything out, but I definitely think it could be streamlined.
And Dana, you would make the complete circle on my screen?
Once again, it's always my wisest choice to go right after Julia. I actually have very similar notes. I want to just say that I actually when I read this, I felt similarly that this was an opportunity. And I saw it as an opportunity that in the coming year, this person really, we don't know what kind of outreach the parents are going to need in the coming year, but we know they are going to need someone to call when they don't know what to do. And that maybe in the years to come, this position may be a little bit more I don't know, fun or enriching, and that this year it might be more what Michelle Horgan just described, kind of the person that's going to link the people that are really, really reaching and struggling. And I read it. I read it as an opportunity to have that person. I also think there's a practical matter here, which is that some of the duties that this retiring position is coming are going to need to be taken by someone else, and someone needs to register the students and do some of those things that are on this list. So while I do hear the concern about, quote unquote, adding, it's really, it's really kind of restructuring this particular job, and someone does have to do those existing functions. Regardless of whether it's a family, whether it would be a new administrative assistant or, anyway, I read it as an opportunity, and I also was intrigued by what Natalie Binder, that was her name, what she said about her experience. I know that she was making a more complicated point, but that she hadn't experienced this on a district level, but that certainly on a building level, it could be a useful tool.
Yeah, and I would just echo what the last two people have said, is that initially I saw this as like, I don't know. But I've really come to see, like, even if it's a job that we have for 2 years and then this person ends up, going on and doing something different in our district, I do think we're going to need something like this for at least the next couple of years. And, the person who is leaving, they are doing a job right now, and we already cut, Vinny, how many people did we cut out of central office last year? Just the payroll person and the HR person, or?
I think it was 2.5 FTEs.
So, this would be like a whole other FTE. I don't feel like, the people in that office have already done all of those duties. And, this person does need to be replaced. So whether we replace them at their same salary with their same responsibilities, or we replace them with an augmented list of responsibilities, I think it's in our best interest. So does the committee feel like they need to vote on this, or does Mary Beth kind of have the consensus to go ahead? Dana?
I just have a question. The vote is, it's not a monetary vote, correct? It
would only be I don't even think we need to vote. I think
I'm just clarifying
position, and Mary Beth is informing us about it, but.
Well, that was going to be my question too, right? So why is it even being brought to us, other than someone might ask down the line what this position is and what it is? I don't think that this is, if it's just replacing somebody and it's sort of a change in title of roles, I think that's within the purview of the superintendent, right? And so two things is, one, if that's the case, then again, we just went through about another 20 minutes or a half hour, right, of time, for which I understand we really don't have all this time to be sort of playing with. There's a lot of people on here that want to get to a discussion further down on the list. And then if it is here, for us to be voted on, I think we have to take into a larger consideration, considering that, again, later on tonight, we're going to be looking at cutting $160,000 from a budget that we just voted on, into tentative agreement on a couple of weeks ago. And we know that $160,000 is not enough that the towns are saying we need to do, right? So we have to decide what we're doing here.
The reason is twofold. One, it is a restructuring, but it is also kind of creating a new position. So it's not exactly a 1-for-1. And the other part is that it's going to take slightly additional money. So Mary Beth wants to be sure that this is something that is supported, so that when this person retires in a couple of weeks, she can post the job. So if it's not something the committee is interested in doing, then I'll just replace the person with an admin, and you won't really save money. Or the other option is, that the committee wants to vote on it. So it doesn't matter. Mary Beth?
I just wanted to address, I know I heard a couple concerns and completely understand the worry about where we may be needing to cut in the current budget so that we get to a place where we don't need an override. And tonight you're going to see a further reduction of the budget request. But I want to let the committee know that we continue to work on how we get to that number that the towns have requested, and we will be coming back to you with other ideas about how to do that, that we think will have the least impact on the district as a whole. And we look forward to, again, sharing that next round as we continue to process it on March 3rd. But I am cautiously optimistic that we are going to be able to come to you with recommendations about how to get this budget down to a below override number by the 3rd. We, again, are just doing a lot of research, doing a lot of talking. We have a capital meeting coming up next week. But I do want to let the committee know that we currently believe we see a path for how we can move forward with additional reductions to the budget and meet the collective goal of the towns and the district to try to avoid an override next year.
So David, I guess my question is, do people feel this is a new position, or do people feel this is a reorganization? Because Mary Beth and I could not come to a conclusion on that.
I mean, I feel like it's more like a new position because it's such an expansion of role and moving things around. Some of it's new, some of it's taking from other places. So I do feel like it's a new position. I'd be a little bit curious to hear from Vinny to some degree about, everyone keeps talking about the overall FTEs of the central office. And, when I've been in the central office signing warrants, one of the things that sort of jumps out to me in general is, this strikes me as something that, again, in an ideal world would be nice, but it's always been fascinating to me that we are essentially a 350-person organization that is talking about adding a part-time payroll person, but still has no HR. And I know we're contracting it. It's just weird to me, like operationally, that there are so many things that we don't have that a properly run organization and a non-school world would have. And I would personally rather see us actually sort of get the bread and butter pieces, the building blocks in place. Like I would rather see more nuts and bolts of running an organization supported. I mean, my high level position is I want to put the money closer to the kids. I don't know that, I think that these functions could be done in other ways or being done by other people. I like the idea of actually having like a social worker intern or community volunteer. I mean, there's a lot of options here. This is a great position for someone coming up through, a graduate program in this role. I think it could be structured that way, but I'd be kind of curious to hear Vinny's take. Like if we're going to keep money in the central office from a business point of view, is this the place that we would keep it? Or would you add it more into an actual part-time HR person or more onto the payroll or something else in accounting that actually gets closer to the business of running the district, like a functional organization?
My only issue with this is we're working to try to get to a point where we don't need an override.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the description, I would predict it costs us a little more than what we currently have in there, which would put us over. But I'm sure me and Mary Beth could work it out. We would just have to kind of figure out what kind of salary range she's thinking of. So.
Great. All right. I guess so we can alleviate any issues in the future with if this is a position we would like to add. So I guess Dana, if you want to make that motion.
Sure. Okay. I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee approve the position of Family and Community Engagement Liaison.
A second.
Second.
Second by Michelle Horgan. Anna?
No.
Dana?
Yes.
David,
No.
Peter,
No.
Michelle,
Yes.
Julia,
I say yes.
Bill Bailey, yes. Great. All right. Ooh, thank you very much. Okay, so next thing is reporting on the meeting. And if Dr. Carr is still here, if you want to pull her in case the committee has questions, it'll just save us time later. I'm gonna grab my hot tea that was just delivered. Is she still there?
She was here and then she disappeared.
she raised
Oh,
her
there she is. Okay, there we go.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay. So want me to begin, Michelle, and then so one of the things that we wanted to discuss this evening is Dr. Carr had taken some time to put together a space analysis from our school based on enrollment numbers and square footage, and had the opportunity to provide her thinking and analysis to our leadership team. And we had an opportunity to have a conversation about the numbers that Dr. Carr put forth, and then some of the operational and educational, and to some extent the human side of all of this. This was a conversation that was recorded so that the community could hear some of the challenges that are out there related to spacing needs. I felt, and Dr. Carr, I look forward to hearing your perspective, but it was a productive conversation and understanding some of the challenges that are out there related to the ability to get all students back. I know that some of your analysis showed about 5.25 would bring students back. But we were able to talk about what that would mean in terms of what schools look like. What I want to make available and make sure that everybody knows is a summary of some of the key points that we discussed that is in the exhibit. In the interest of time, I don't want to go through every one, but what are some of the things that we talked about that come up that may not be intuitive at the outset? Where I think we landed is one that we all agree that we have a common goal of getting all kids back for in-person learning. And that while there is a mathematical analysis, there's also a operational issues to look at, instructional issues to look at, and some human relation issues to look at, and continue to have conversations about what all of those are. So as we continue to do our planning around bringing students back for full in-person learning, folks have a better understanding of some of the challenges that we are facing and problems that we're working through in order to make that happen. So again, I want to be mindful of time and not go through all the details that are in the exhibit, but what the exhibit does provide is as feedback and reflections on the different areas and why a pure mathematical analysis does not work in this particular issue. And so that resource is there for folks. Dr. Carr's analysis is also there. She did a very thorough job in terms of looking at different structures at the elementary level, and it would, I'm sure, be helpful for folks to see that as well. But the way that we need to be thinking about bringing all students back to school, again, are the interface of all of these pieces. What's the available space? What are the operational issues associated with bringing more students back to school? What are the instructional implications for different space distancing within our schools? And then again, some of the the human piece of this work. So that was a summary of our conversation. Again, you have the details in this document. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Tom was on that call. He can join in, and then we have Dr. Carr here as well in terms of any questions that you might have about her study.
So thank you for holding that, and thank you, Dr. Carr, for taking time out of your middle of the day to meet with the whole team. So that was great. Do people have questions? Is there anybody who didn't watch it that has questions they want to ask, I guess? Okay. I guess that was it. Dana, do you have something you wanted to say?
It's not actually a question, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Yep, a comment. If you have a comment.
I wasn't able to watch it live, but I was very thankful that it was recorded because I was able to watch the recording. And I wanted to just really applaud what I saw from everyone on. I was just really impressed at the respectful civil dialogue that I got to witness. I saw, people really not agreeing on every point, but responding and reacting to each other in really respectful ways. And it was an interesting, and I just wanted to put that out there because it was a good model to watch. And I appreciate the leadership team. I appreciate the superintendent. I appreciate Dr. Carr and the other parents who came. It gave me hope that we can really have those conversations. So thank you all. And it was useful information also. Thank you.
Yeah. And I would just add, as a math teacher and as a beekeeper, I totally appreciated the hexagons. I was like, strongest structure, minimum amount of material, maximum strength. So I totally appreciated that. Peter, and then Anna.
I'd like to echo Dana's points that thank you very much, Dr. Carr, for all that work you put into it and sparking this conversation. And thank you to the leadership team. They spent a lot of time, looking at this in detail. And I spent all 2 hours, I watched all 2 hours, 5 minutes and 25 seconds of it. And I learned more about the issues facing the district when it comes to spacing than I have in all my months on the school committee. And I just wish that information had been better communicated to us. It would have saved the leadership team, collectively dozens and dozens of hours of their time had this just been better communicated. So I thank everyone for, their thoughtful analyses on everyone's part.
Anna, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. I have a couple of questions for Jen, and I have a couple of questions for the superintendent and for Tom too. So, Jen, one of the things that struck out to me mathematically was there was an exchange you had, I think, with Ben Shurston about access to students in and around the 3 feet, and it got really detailed. It got down to the point of, is it 3 feet when you have it, to 2.75 feet in the middle? And I wondered if you could think about or talk about, based on your experience setting up these spaces, is there any notion of making an aisle between two sets of discs that would help with that problem or address that problem? Mathematically, does that seem like a problem? I guess I sort of heard that as it was interesting to me because I think in the modeling you hadn't put an aisle in, and then as I was listening to it, I thought, well, you could put an aisle in between, say, two columns of 4. What would happen if you put, say, a 1 foot aisle in between to help give the teachers a little bit more room to get in and around the students? Could you talk about the viability of that, the thoughts about that?
So I did go back and look because I got that feedback from Ben, and there are definitely rooms where we would have space to put an aisle that was almost a foot wide. Or actually, sorry, 1 to 3 feet wide, depending on the room. But not all the rooms, that wouldn't work with all the rooms. But with the majority of the rooms, we had more than, if you remember from my space analysis, I divided by 5.5 feet, and then I rounded down to the nearest whole number. The majority of those numbers were at least 0.5 over the lowest whole number. So that would give 2.75.
I think the 4 in some cases was like 4.97 or something like that. The 4
There
was
were-
almost 5.
exactly.
It was
There
very
were
close to
several-
actually 5. So, okay, so that was one thought I sort of had. And then I guess I want to sort of put to bed a little bit, because I thought one exchange that was interesting is that, Ben was asserting that you hadn't considered egress around sinks and access to doors, but I feel like you did in terms of looking at that. And I know that there was one exchange I thought was really meaningful, where Ben was sort of making the point of like, well, somebody might have to sit next to a desk. And I think it was Julia McDougall who said, well, I would prefer sitting next to a sink. I prefer sitting next to a sink than not in school at all. And I'm just wondering, like, this is a little bit of a question for Tom and everyone else. There's this idea that somehow or another we don't know enough about the rooms. We have to go room by room by room. I think the thing I'm struggling with, this sort of overall minutia of, is it 6 feet? Is it 5.5? Is it 5.25? Maybe in this room it could be 4.75. We're literally talking about like magnitude of inches that is almost meaningless in light of what kids are actually doing. And I see that based just on feedback we're getting from parents. We also got some actual pictures of kids in classrooms. So I'm struggling a little bit with this sort of high level holding on to 6 inches or half an inch, or like I guess this is really more of a question for Tom and Mary Beth. It seems like we're getting really hung up in minutia of these little details. And I'm not really sure that 6 inches one way or the other actually really makes a huge difference in a practical sense in the building. So I want to sort of start there. I have a couple other questions about other things that were said, but can you address sort of like, why are we clinging so tight to the 6 inches or 6 foot or bust, when the CDC this week came out and literally said 6 feet to the greatest extent possible. And we have districts that have been at lesser out. Like, to me, I just heard a whole lot of pushback over 9 inches, 10 inches, 18 inches. Why are we holding on to that with such rigidity right now?
So I'll offer a couple thoughts, and then Tom, I'll invite you to talk about some of the careful analysis you and the principals have done around each classroom. But we're actually, one of the things that we talked about was the instructional impact, right? And so when we're talking about inches, we end up with a model in which students would have to stay in their desks, in their seats at their desks for the majority of the day without moving. And none of the educational leaders in this district feel like having students, 7-year-olds that cannot move for their desk for the entire school day is an educational environment that makes sense. These other things that we need to consider is that many classrooms have teaching assistants. So it's not a question of just having one teacher in the classroom. There's often more than one teacher in the classroom, and that has to be accounted for. There are issues related to transitions. There are issues related to bathrooms. There are issues related to lunch. All of these things need to be factored in. What we anticipate and what you find, for example, in Beverly, when they're in for that half a day, they're in at 3 feet. To be able to make really viable instructional environments, it's most likely we're going to have to get to around that area. So it's not a question of inches. It is a larger question in order to create viable instructional spaces and implementations and operations that can actually function in the school. But Tom, do you want to address any of the more detailed questions about? Mary Beth,
can I ask you? Well, I just have a follow-up question for Mary Beth, because you say that, one, I have yet to see the district produce sort of the statistical support to say it's going to be close to 3. I mean, Jen is talking about 5.5, 5.25. Now you're talking about 3. That is a notable difference. So I just want to point out, like, I don't see the basis for that statement other than sort of this gut feeling. And I would be more inclined to look at the mathematical analysis. But let's go back to Beverly for a second. What I hear you saying is that, well, that's just not good. That's not good enough. They're doing this, is not viable. But they're doing it and parents are happy because they're getting something meaningful. I have a really hard time sort of understanding this idea. You say it's not educationally viable, and yet all these other districts are doing it and have been doing it. So are you saying that all these other districts are not producing educationally viable environments like that? I have a hard time understanding why you would say that, given the fact that districts are doing it, and in light of fair parent feedback that I think at this point, it's pretty clear parents would take a less than ideal environment over nothing, which is what we're providing to them. And one other thought I just want to say, based not only on my own experience, but just the pictures, this idea the kids aren't moving at all, I don't know if that's based in fact. Like I said, I've seen pictures of kids in classrooms moving around, sitting on mats, sitting in movable chairs, sitting in folding chairs. They go out to recess. Like, I'm not sure that that's accurate based on what we're hearing and seeing from families. And then just lastly, I mean, I know this might sound really old school, but in the not so distant past, kids sat in desks. They sat in desks in a row. I think my entire elementary school, I sat in a desk. I remember decorating the edges of it very carefully with like inflatable things. It was ridiculous. And it was okay. Was it ideal? No, I agree. We've totally learned that that's not ideal. But at this point, I think if you asked any parent in this district between having their child be at a desk who had to stay at a desk most of the time versus not in school at all, I think people would choose the desk like over and over. And I'm just having a hard time understanding like what's so unviable, what's so draconian about that environment. Maybe could you unpack that a little more for me? Because I don't understand why that's so bad.
Yeah, there was a lot there, Anna.
I know.
So it's hard to take all of that and respond to it. So one, the comparison, I want to challenge that all other districts are doing this, right? That is just simply not true at this moment, that most districts are hybrid. And we actually have gone farther than most districts in terms of having all of our K-1 students back all day, 4 days a week. And what I was referring to in Beverly is that they do have students back 5 days a week for half a day, but they are in 3 feet of social distancing, right? Because that's about the distance that you need in order to create learning environments that make sense for kids.
What does that mean? What does you mean? You have to have learning environments that make sense for kids. What's magic about 3 feet versus 4.5 versus 6?
I can jump in real quick, Mary Beth. If I can just share from a best practice with school design, it is typically 3 feet has always been a typical standard for personal space. So from a school design perspective, I can add that piece. 3 feet is usually the number.
Okay.
So I think we want to think about students that are masked, sitting in desks, not being able to get up, do any activities away from their desks, not being able to use the scoop chairs, not being able to use the yoga mat, moving around in classrooms, which we've designed things to be able to do now. And when students are in school full days, twice a week, they are in environments that are inviting. We hear parents are very, very pleased and students are engaged during that time because of the environments that we're creating. Our real concern is that if you had to go to 5.25, you would have an environment in which students could not move around at all during the day. They could not be, there would not be a space for them to work together that would be appropriately socially distanced. Particularly in the elementary school, teachers don't stand at the front of the room and deliver instruction. They are moving around the classroom. They are working independently with students. They are having students engage in a lot of different activities to keep them connected to the instruction. And an environment where we had to spread desks out at that level to try to get all students in would create a learning environment that we do not think would benefit anybody.
Okay, so I just have, I know I'm running out of time. I just have a couple other points and one other sort of high observation. One thing I just want to sort of point out that bothered me about some of the things that were said, you know, Eric Tracy talked about having classrooms that were still full of furniture. I think Winthrop still is full of furniture. From an operations standpoint, it made me a little bit angry that we haven't moved into like a storage unit or a barn or some other valuable space. And in my museum industry, for example, you never waste your most valuable space with empty crates. You put empty crates offside and you save your protected space for the thing that matters the most, which in our district is the kids. So I will just say it was frustrating from an operations standpoint to hear prioritization of desks over people at this point in the year. That bothered me. I think my other high level thing, and this is sort of my big point, and I think this is what we're getting from the community. There's a whole bunch of, we can't do lunch, we can't do bathrooms, what about this? There are all kinds of creative ways we could do that. You know, yeah, you might have to have a bathroom queue. On a desk, you might have to put a plexiglass, you know, kind of, I call them prison barriers, right? You think about when someone goes to visit someone in prison and you have to like be face to face. There are barriers that we could produce to make things safer, to mitigate, to get more parents in, to get more students in. I was frustrated by the entire tone of it, where I feel like Jen and Rachel and Julia and Leslie were trying to put forth all these sort of creative ideas. And all I heard was, we can't. And it was in the weeds. So I think what I would say back is, I think, especially in light of this new CDC guidance and the increasing research that says our students are suffering learning losses and mental health risks at a scale that we have never heretofore seen, I feel like we have lost the forest from the trees. And this whole time we've been so focused on the acute losses of COVID as the one and only, the 6 feet, the have to have it, we have to have an ideal environment. I feel like every expert, every piece of guidance I'm seeing, and every family I'm talking to is saying, not just saying, I mean, begging. I've had parents call me begging and literally in tears, like hysterical tears of like, you need to do something, help us. I think while we're busy talking about rearranging the furniture in the lunch queue, our district is melting down and our kids are suffering. And I think we're getting so hung up on all the we can'ts, we're missing the fact that our kids are suffering these tragic losses that we're not responding to. We're so hung up on the details, we're missing the big picture, which is that our communities are suffering. And I gotta say, like, this is all very bothersome to me, and I think we're not being responsive, and I think we're being a little bit tone deaf. And Mary Beth, I know your intention was to sound sweet, and I think I can recognize that, but when you offer those words of space and grace, that you needed more time to think about it, we needed to process, we needed to do that, parents heard all of that, and I have never had my phone blow up more in that moment when you said you needed more space and grace. Parents are watching their kids literally fall apart every day at their kitchen table. And they don't want space and grace. They want us to get their kids back in the building, and we're arguing over the lunch queue in 7 inches. I think we're missing the point entirely, and I want us to try harder. I think we're missing the boat on this entirely, and I think we need to do everything we can to get our kids back before we have a true tragedy of proportions this district has not seen.
I appreciate hearing your feedback, Anna. I will say that the leadership team talked about the challenges to be overcome. It wasn't about we can't, but here are the realities that we face that need to be addressed in order for us to bring all kids back. We are equally aware of the challenges that many of our families and our students face. This is not a question of us not understanding the realities that families are facing, but understanding that we need to do this well, and that all families and do not speak with a single voice. There are different perspectives that are out there, and we are trying to understand all of them and to come up with solutions that make sense for our students. I really want to speak both to the families that, as we as a leadership team, and I personally have said that we understand what your situation is. And we are trying to address those issues. We need time to focus on them. And that when we share with you the obstacles that we are trying to address so that we can bring all students back, that is not said from a point of, so here's all the reasons we can't. It is said from a point of view of, here are the things that we are working on to overcome so that we can.
Anna spoke on this. Dana, did you have your opportunity to speak? Peter, did you have your opportunity to speak?
I'm not sure. I'm repressing this memory already. But I just wanted to back up the leadership team with this. I went in with an open mind. I was excited. I was hoping that, that this could be a solution to get all students back. But then after listening to the leadership team, I do recognize it's just not a math problem. It's an operational and educational issue. We're maxed out in the lunchrooms. If we bring, we can't bring everybody back because it's just only 65 spots in the lunchroom, 70 in the middle school, 77 in the high school. There would be no room for movement. Some students also require more room than other students. There's also TAs that are in the room. There's some ADA compliance issues that need to be factored in, that we can't just assume all teachers are giving lecture instructional strategies. And just the physical layout of the buildings just can't allow all kids to go back right now. So I went in with an open mind, excited, in fact, but I learned a lot in that 2 hours and 5 minutes and 25 seconds.
Did it?
Thank you.
Committee? Julia?
I wanted to say exactly what Peter said, but I just do want to thank Dr. Carr and thank the leadership team, because it was really one of the most informative sessions. I learned so much, like Peter had said, and I learned about the challenges that have to be overcome. I learned about opportunities, and what I really appreciated was the willingness of the leadership team to listen to an innovative solution. So I hope that we can have more of that going forward.
Okay. Then we will move on to
Michelle, can I say something? My presentation was given before the most current CDC guidelines were published. Those current CDC guidelines said 6 feet or to the greatest possible extent. The argument that kids can't get out of their seats, that they can't move around, that we can't fit more people in the lunchroom, really doesn't follow the most current CDC guidelines, because we could reduce the space. We are a low risk school based on our numbers, and the CDC has given us permission to reduce the space. So I'm sorry, all of the arguments that the leadership committee had about not being able to fit things totally applied with the old CDC guidelines. I would respectfully disagree that they no longer do. We should be listening to the CDC. They are the experts, not our leadership team, not myself, the CDC. And their guidelines were very clear.
Thank you. So I would just like to reiterate that our community.
To speak?
He didn't seem to want to. Did you want to speak, David?
Yeah, actually I did.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Because I actually went in, I was able to watch part of the meeting live and then had to go to another meeting. So I actually went into the watching the meeting secondarily, not with an open mind, because I'd actually seen some feedback that was kind of negative, feeling that a lot of our leadership team was sort of placating the process. When I went back, sort of with that was my, where I could see that perception, I didn't necessarily see it myself, only because, I work in a school and, that's dealing with the same issues, obviously. And I can see the difference on, between my 12th graders and my 6th graders and compliance, complying to 6 feet social distancing and, where, we run into a lot of issues just even going through in doorways and transitioning between classes or whatever. And how the 12th graders are so much better at doing what they need to be doing than the 6th graders, and then vice versa, in other chances as well. And so I could, and then knowing the school buildings in Hamilton Wenham as well as I do, and all of the obstacles we have to face in any given year, without COVID, the problems we'd sort of have to go there. I was happy to see some good follow up from our leadership team too. I don't think that, no one's going to be happy with whatever we do, right? And I think it's also important to say that, to have everyone sort of speaking in sort of like facts and actualities, like we're speaking of all parents, right? We're not hearing from all. I'm getting emails and hearing from other parents that are not comfortable with reducing, right? And so while we do have this communication with a group that is ready to do that, we aren't speaking for every single parent in the district. We have to be cognizant of that as well. I do think that this, and I've said it at very many different levels, that even the fact that that meeting happened last week is so out of the ordinary. And, I think not only speaks poorly of the communication we've done as a district and as a committee with our, parents and teachers and students, but at the same time, it speaks so highly to our parents in our community and the lengths they're willing to go through to help us through this process, right? And so I think that we need to move forward and realize how we can harness this outstanding power, right? And it's what I say, that it is the excellence that is Hamilton Wenham, right? I posted some stuff earlier just about our school rankings. Our school rankings are not hurting, right? We're actually doing better. It'll be curious to see what happens this year, but we're in a good place as far as school districts go because of our community. I'm not saying that our students aren't hurting, right? All students are hurting. Our students are hurting. But, what we can do to make our community the best it can be is harness this power we have by, with Dr. Carr and her group and everything they've already been willing to do without being asked. If we actually set them onto a task, I guarantee that task will be completed, right? And that's this beautiful silver lining that we have to see out of all of this, is just the length that all of these people that are attending this meeting right now are willing to go through for our kids. Excuse me. I think we should really be sort of focusing our sights on getting 100% of our students back in September. But I'm wondering if there's not more of a short-term issue now about trying to create an A/B cohort, right? Seeing where our data lies about, our students that are in the middle school, right? So, in the elementary schools, we go on that standards base. If they're performing at 1s and 2s, right? We know that they're sort of failing there. What can we do about bringing those people back? There's parents that we're hearing about being like, we're in crisis mode that might have to hospitalize our child, right? Creating an A/B cohort where we're taking those people back, right? And actually saying that, like, okay, maybe we don't have the space to do this, but if we have this many seats, let's see if we could fill those seats. And it's not where we want to be, but it's getting there, right? And so, like I said, I think let's take this, as a learning opportunity for all of us and realize the power we have as a community in sort of in reliance on one another. Excuse me, I've never had so many emails from people with doctorates in my entire life, and just realizing sort of who we have here in the community. And I mean, like I've always said, it's what really makes us great, and is part of the reason our students are always, succeed as well as they do, is just what they're surrounded by in our community. And, that's, like I said, the silver lining I see on that. I don't think any of this has been perfect, but I do see these really glimmers of hope, that I think that, we need to make sure we're opening our eyes to see, as we move forward.
So, right, Michelle Horgan.
Yeah, just two things quickly. When I was talking with my 18-year-old senior, where in his order of importance, it's Chipotle, sports, and Xbox. I mentioned this back to school advocacy group, and thank you so much for them. I really do appreciate their voices. And his comment was, well, what about the parents that don't want their kids back less than 6 feet? So I think we need to, as David said, we need to take that group into account too, that we're not hearing from them. But if the 18-year-old can see that, we also need to take everyone's voice into account. And secondly, the changes for CDC just came down the pike. What, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, maybe? Am I off a couple of days, whatever? I think what we're going to see when people come back after a couple of days break, the leadership team and with Superintendent Banyos, is I have faith that you guys will hit the ground running and address those changes to the CDC and see what we can do to overcome what we have in front of us. So thank you to the group's leadership group and the advocacy group for meeting. Thank you.
I would just like to add, I know, it's a lot to take our entire leadership team, put them together for 2 hours. And I'm sure before that you had to meet to, break down all the issues. So I want to say that I appreciate that. And I would also like to say that we're getting through this year because everyone is working hard. Our custodians are working hard. Our leadership team is working hard. Our superintendent is working hard, and our teachers are working hard. And some of the people and our paraprofessionals are working hard. Our teaching assistants are all working hard. And some of those people are in those classrooms every day. They're in those classrooms when the kids are eating lunch and they don't have their masks on. And out of respect for them, we've made an agreement that we would keep 6 feet social distancing. So we need to remember that when we talk about stakeholders, there's the community, there's the parents, there's the taxpayers, there's the children, there's the employees, and we need to take in a lot of different viewpoints. And so as we work through it, and as we get new information, we'll process it, and we will work to integrate that as best we can. And I agree with you, David, we got to focus on now, but we also need to really be focusing on the fall, because I think another year like this is not what we want. So, all right, with that, let's talk about what needs to happen for us to be back in school.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. I'm going to ask Tom to kind of co-present with me on this one. Tom and I have been talking with our leadership team and trying to decide how to best present what we see in terms of a map of getting all students back for in-person learning, and where some of the places that we have control over and some of the places that we will need to see how things play out before we can make final, give any kind of a final timeline. So with your permission, I'm going to share my screen for a moment.
Great.
Folks see that? And so first thing I want to say about this is that this is a conceptual map about the different elements that we are considering. One of the things that we're doing behind the scenes is filling in boxes that relate to these different issues. But there are a list of things here that we think need to happen in order for us to get to the goal at the end here of returning to full occupancy, right? And so I'll quickly go through this list and then we'll talk about the interdependency of things. So we have the vaccination of staff as something that is going to be a critical element. We need to survey our staff to get their feedback around changes to particularly the physical distancing, to understand where they're at, because as you had alluded to, Michelle, there was a mutual agreement made by the committee and the teachers union around that 6 feet. So if we're going to make an adjustment on that, we need to understand, what would be need to be in place in order for our teachers to feel comfortable around that. There was also a comment around, David, I think you alluded to the fact that families don't speak with one voice, that there are a lot of different perspectives that are out there, and we need to understand if we go below that 6 feet to more of a 3 feet level, what are all families' reactions to that? And I'll give a quick example of how that could have a lot of impact in terms of our planning. If we were to find out that, say, 20% of our families would not be comfortable sending their students to school under those circumstances and would want remote learning, we are currently not positioned at the elementary level to take on lots of new remote students. So that would be an example of knowing what families are feeling about this is really critical as well. You should be aware that on Monday after break, we are prepared to send out these surveys to our families and our staff to learn more about what are some of the critical items that we're going to need to address in order to move things forward. And we are anticipating being able to present out to you that data on March 3rd. So we have the surveying. We will need to enter into negotiations with our HWEA to talk about the mutual agreement that was made and have a dialogue around what that changes that could be made so that we can go under that 6 feet. We need to identify the resources that are needed, identifying the funding sources, prepare the recommendations for the school committee, procure the resources. We will need to do a redesign of school and building schedules. So that is something that we're looking at. Then we can adopt a plan and then return all students back. What you'll notice here, there are two critical pieces that we see as part of this plan. One is that vaccination of staff, that while what the current CDC requirements or recommendations are to continue with 6 feet wherever feasible, right? So if we're going to go under 6 feet, what are some of the additional mitigation strategies that we can use to help our teachers feel safe? And the vaccination is certainly one of them. That may very likely play into our ability to negotiate another mutual agreement with our teachers union. Then depending on what that agreement looks like, that could have an impact on what are the resources that we need. What did we agree to? How did we decide to solve this problem? What are the resources that are required? And that would impact our recommendations to the school committee. So you see these two particular line items as being crucial to the process. There are a few things, again, that we can do that are not dependent on what happens other places, like the surveying. That's something that we can move forward with. It's not dependent on anything else. One of the things that you'll notice up here is that we don't have dates, but what we know is, okay, when this starts, we know we're going to need about X amount of time. Because some of the critical pieces that we need, we are still awaiting timelines for that. And one of the things that we've talked about is that we start to be able to put dates and times for how we might potentially be able to move forward once we know when those first vaccinations are going to be delivered. And then we can actually start to provide a more structured timeline that gives the kind of date and concreteness that a lot of folks are interested in hearing about. Tom, do you want to jump in here and add some additional thoughts to the way that we've structured this conceptual map?
Sure. By trade, I'm a project manager. So I, help Superintendent Banyos lay this out in a Gantt chart. So not only you as a school committee, but people that follow this closely in the public can kind of get an idea of the interdependencies of certain tasks. And the differences in shading on the chart that you see. Yellow are the days that we don't really know what the timeline is, but I did need to populate it in some way to give a representation of, how the next tasks unfold. I was really debating on how to, fill in the dates at the top without creating additional stress on some of the employees and parents, and also didn't want to allude that we have a hard arbitrary date that we're trying to target. But in some way, we do need to lay out the timeline and the tasks so we can see how they all link together. So I made sure to also include the red disclaimer at the top and the bottom to try to alleviate any stresses. One thing I can do, if there is feedback and if we think that we can shorten different task timelines, I'm all ears to it. But I just did want to get something on paper so we can have a conversation on the concept moving forward.
Okay, you've all moved into a line now. So David's first in line.
So I'm really happy to finally start seeing something like this, right? Especially being, having a project management background as well. It's a little weird to me that it's just now being implicated. I think sort of, what people are looking for, and don't get me wrong, I'm happy that we've started, right? But this is an outline to a plan. This isn't a plan. I think one thing we need to do is we need to sort of, look at where we've come from August. What was our plan in August? What have we done? What were our deliverables that we hit along the way, right? So we could actually see where we progressed to. And then, just like working through like a dissertation, like using it as, like a review process of previous works and seeing what has worked along the way so we know how to plan going forward. I think another key element that's really missing here is this never-ending supply of $360,000 to use on, for funding, right? And I think that and I sort of say it that way because people are commenting on, the reason, sort of misunderstanding part of the reasoning on voting down the pool testing the way it was presented, right? Because a large problem with that was sort of the cost that the district was going to face at the time and only having limited supplies of this $360,000, I'm sorry, which sounds like a lot of money, but it isn't, right? So trying to bring these students back, if we needed to buy more individual desks, that's going to, suck up most of that money really quickly. So utilizing, sort of being able to put there in trying to just sort of pencil in what things would cost, I think would help people understand why this decision sort of isn't in a vacuum, isn't in a silo, and in realizing that Anna had some great ideas that she brought up earlier, right? When she talked about the plexiglass and everything, but every time she said it, I just saw money, I saw dollar signs, which I'm sure Tom did also, right? It's like, we know those things will work, but how much of that can we afford? Because at the end of the day, we don't have that much money. We have some money, but we don't have that much money. So it's trying to figure out where the best way to use it is to get the most students back, right? To get where our end goal is, right? And like you said here, right, that end goal is getting every student back, right? So I think that we need to have sort of that history of where we've come from, right? Because we have faced some hurdles along the way and overcome those hurdles, right? So that's a positive thing, right? So if we want to be doing this, we want to be selling this to the public, then we need to make sure that people know where we've come from. Here's our outline for how we're moving forward. Here's our budget to do that, right? And like I said earlier, we are filled with a community of people that, would love to help out. And if having things like this really shows them where there are, you don't want to call them hurdles. We'll call them hurdles, right? Because you can jump over a hurdle, but you have to jump, right? So it is still attainable, but there is stuff in your way. And so that's where something like this is really good. But I think that we sort of need to, as we bring this out to the public, because I really think that's what they're asking for, right? And is just more in-depth plan. And I don't think that should be that hard to put together because we've already done the work, right? And so to be able to show that, and I think sort of looking back at our past 8 months is going to help us plan our next 4, right? I think we're going to see a lot of correlation there. And, as the sort of as the I don't want to say the facts change because it's not really the facts changing, but like as things progress, right, and the information that we get from the CDC, from DESE changes and progresses, that some of those are hurdles and some of those take away other hurdles, right? And so this is all the stuff that sort of having a centralized location like this is really good. But I think that like this might be a little late. In fact, I'm not afraid to say that this is late in coming, but I'm happy that it's here now. But I'd really like to see this expanded upon to really add to that because I think it'll help put everything else into context.
Michelle?
Yeah, thank you, Tom and Superintendent Banyos for providing this to us. Tom, can you share with us, is it possible, how many of the blue shaded areas are a work in progress? Has work started with this stuff? I think that would be important for people to know.
Yeah, so anything that you see that goes all the way to the left side, I have the first column labeled week 1 and prior. I mean, these conversations are constant topics at our leadership team meeting, and work has begun on a lot of these things. For example, we're not waiting for an MOU to be negotiated with the school committee and the union to figure out what we need for a count on desks, right? Or even getting the quotes or getting the procurement ready, right? So, I would say anything all the way to that left-hand side, like these are conversations and there's, work product to back it up. Is it ready for prime time for the public? No. But I believe that the work has been conducted and started.
Okay, thank you.
And again, those dollar signs, right? Like that's right. We've done the counts on the desks, have a rough budget, but at this point, I barely feel comfortable even showing it to Vinny, never mind the community. So
no, and I get. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. I get that, but I mean that's a reality. It's a huge reality.
Yeah.
Anna.
Thanks, Michelle. I have a couple of questions for Mary Beth and Tom, and some comments. So one of the things that's striking to me, Tom, about sort of the space and the desks is I understand that there's procurements, and I understand everything costs money, but we do have quite a bit of money. We've been advised that more money is coming. I think that again, I feel like we're getting a little bit hung up on, it's going to be hard, it's going to cost that. Like, I think on some basic level, what the community needs us to do is to do all of this faster and now. I would just say, just in terms of creativity, like we have a lot of tables. You could turn a table into a 2-person thing with a divider. I have a feeling that divider is going to be cheaper than 2 desks. I really do. Like some of this is just a matter of problem solving the Rubik's Cube.
I can, if I may just interject on that point, Anna, with all due respect, if you read the full CDC guidance, a lot of the best practice for classroom design is having the desks face the same direction. And even DESE and multiple sources have said that plexiglass is not always the answer, because with the plexiglass, there's an additional cost with cleaning, right? So this isn't a matter of we can't do it. I feel an obligation and a duty working for the community to lay out all of the possible scenarios where it could get expensive really quick, right?
No, I appreciate that. And I do think at some point, there were going to be some procurement issues because I think just like we saw in the fall, there's going to be a new rush for districts to take action on these guidance, right? There might be some supply issues, but so, that's frustrating. Mary Beth, I want to go back to something you just said a minute ago about availability of full remote licenses at the elementary level. I thought we had something like 500 licenses at the elementary level. Can you go back over the contract with Edgenuity for that particular
The
line
license
item?
for Edgenuity is 250 licenses. However, the challenge is not with the license, but the teachers to support the students.
So again, that's an interesting thing you say that because again, my daughter is in the full road elementary program, and I have a lot of issues with how we've implemented it. And I'm not actually sure that's even the right approach. I think that program is disastrous on a variety of levels, and it's not the teacher's fault at all. But again, I think that that's assuming certain things are true. Excuse me. Sort of true as they were, that we have to be locked into that. I think if we were to move forward, I personally would like to see us reopen our minds to the idea of doing something different entirely with elementary full remote. But that's another piece of the puzzle for those parents who really need it. I think with excuse me, too much talking, right? Is this the universe telling me? I think one of the things that really needs to be said is that this plan came together only, I think, because the community outrage was so high. It's telling to me, much like David just said, that it's only just begun. I would question why on earth is it only just beginning? This should have been done, and it's frustrating to be at this point. And I'm looking at the schedule, right? If we assume that week 1 optimistically was today, week 9 and then into launch is April 21st, right? We're already looking at after April break, and we haven't really truly in earnest begun this. So again, if we go back to trying to make decisions based on science and data, right? The CDC and many districts have said you don't have to wait for vaccination. Is it better? Do I want it? Do I wish the teachers were vaccinated first? Of course I do. We all do. But that is not a requirement to having more kids in the building. Similarly, the distance, we've heard about that really is the stumbling block. The CDC is saying, to the best extent possible, we are a low incidence community and we can do more things. We could double mask. You all know how I feel about the pool testing. That's a crucial part of the puzzle that has to be on the table. I just feel like this scenario is too slow, too late. And I don't think the community is going to sit around and wait for us to try to think through it till the end of April at this point, realistically. Like, this needs to happen sooner. And honestly, I think if we don't try to accelerate this process somehow or another, what little faith in our district remains will be gone. I mean, I think the community is turning already, and I just feel like we have to start some of these processes earlier. And I think the biggest one is the MOA. And I do not want to wait till week 4 on an amorphous box chart that doesn't have dates on it to do that. I think we should be doing that now. Honestly, I think we need to understand where the teachers are. And in terms of the procurement and the next steps, I would actually inverse the operational plan of this. I say, find out what we're going to need to do with the teachers. And then that will inform how much plexiglass do we need? How many desks do we need? How many facials? like understand what those demands are. And that will inform the procurement. And I think we need to do that right away. So I want to move that we formally request a bargain with the union to reduce the 6-foot social distancing requirement in the current MOA. We need to formally request that, and I move that we do so. They sent us a note asking us to take action. We try to get an informal, sort of question from them. That's not good enough. So if somebody needs to blink first, I hereby move that we enter into negotiations with our union to reduce the distance. I'm willing to blink first because we need to get our kids back in the building.
Julia?
Is there a motion on the table?
Yes, I have moved that we request a bargain with the union to reduce the 6-foot social distancing requirement in order to return to full in-person learning.
I will second that if it needs a second.
I will advise you against making decisions during a meeting where that has not been noticed on the agenda. It's highly frowned upon by the Attorney General's office. I'm happy to put that on a future agenda.
I also want to remind everybody that we're currently in the middle of negotiations with our union, and this topic has been brought up, and though we're not making lightning speed on it, there is progress moving towards this as part of the process. There has been the beginning of discussion. So
would you say that we are bargaining with them on it already?
So
Anna,
we're not bargaining with them yet.
Dana, are you trying to speak? I can't tell because we still have the screen share. Maybe we could stop the screen share.
Oh, sure. Let me do that.
Dana, were you trying to speak just now?
I was, but I was out of turn. You can.
No, I was out of turns, which is why I was like, go ahead.
I mean, I guess there's been a motion on and seconded, but I guess I would respectfully say that it would have been prudent to talk with the people that are on the negotiations committee before making that motion.
That would have been, how would I have done that? Again, we have this OML issue. I can't.
You absolutely could pick up the phone and ask us.
That's still an OML issue. I can't.
So there's also a bigger issue, which is that there's a lot of distrust of the individual groups that are working, that we're somehow not working or doing things in the best interest, and we are. And it would really benefit the committee as a whole if we could trust that the policy working group is doing their work, that the finance working group is doing their work, that the negotiation group is doing their work. Because we are all on the same team trying to do what's best for the children of the district and for the people that work and live in the district. And this is a symptom of distrust amongst the members.
So in terms of the motion, it sounds like we're not officially bargaining on this, but conversations are happening. I'm still a little bit unclear if we're actually talking about it or not.
Question out of order. This would be something we would talk about in executive session, and it would not be appropriate for open session.
Well, I think the public would like to have some sense of urgency that this is something we're actually working on in some sort of formal way. I don't really know how else to voice that. I think that we need to accelerate the timeline. And that seems to be a key part of accelerating the timeline.
So there's motion on the floor and a second. Are we ready to vote? I don't see any objections to that. Peter, you have moved to the bottom corner of the screen. You get to go first.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. So we're voting on Anna's motion to formally ask the negotiation subcommittee to start bargaining.
Well, the way it works is we send a demand to bargain.
A demand to bargain?
Yeah.
I agree that it's important, but I think that's not the right approach. So I'll have to say no right now.
Dana? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Dana. No, thank you. Michelle?
No.
Julia?
Well, yes, but I never got to speak. So
Oh.
I want to have a chance to explain my vote after, but yes.
Sorry. I guess when I said.
That's okay. That's okay.
Sorry, what I thought when I said, are we ready to vote and nobody raised their hand, I thought that meant everybody was done speaking. David?
No.
Anna?
Yes.
Michelle? No. Great. Julia, ooh, is that you?
No.
Oh,
I
it
don't
was
know.
something out there.
Wasn't me.
We need a new battery if anybody's got one. So.
Oh God, that's so annoying. Usually that only happens at 3 a.m. So, the reason that I agreed with Anna was that I do think that it's like she said, like we have to blink first and we have to accelerate this timeline. But I also I wanted to ask, so I don't know if it was answered, why we're waiting for the renegotiation to be week 4 and why we're not starting it right now. That was my first question. And I don't know if it was answered or if we're not allowed to answer it in open session.
If I may, because I put the chart together, I
Sure.
really plugged in dates to give a
Sure.
conceptual view, right? Because I think that we do have to chart it out in some way so we can look at, the sheer, not only the volume of the tasks, but also it's not going to be a snap of the fingers in next week, right? Like it's going to take some work and it's going to have to be a collaborative effort with every stakeholder in the community.
And my second question was on the vaccinations. When, what can I get more clarity on maybe how many people might need to be like what percentage we're aiming for, or do we wait till after the survey? Maybe just more clarification on the numbers that we're looking at for vaccination.
Yes, so where we are right now around that, Julia, is we have surveyed our staff to see who wants it. And I may have shared in an earlier meeting that about 92-93% of our staff and faculty have indicated they want the vaccine. Many of those who said no had already received it. Whether or not there would be a certain percentage of people that would need to be vaccinated before moving forward, I would anticipate would be a negotiations point. That's not a number that exists outside of that. So we are continuing to monitor where we are with the vaccine distribution. Our public nurses and our school nurses are on the site every day looking as to where that is, and encouraging people when we find places where there may be doses to inform them about that. But it is frustrating to everyone that we do not yet have a date when we can anticipate enough vaccine to be able to vaccinate our 300 plus faculty and staff members.
Okay.
If I just may interject too, Julia, I think the number to look at is, have all of our staff had the opportunity to get a vaccine, right? If you get the opportunity and you pass it up, then that's a different conversation, right?
Right. Okay.
Those are the numbers I know that I'm personally looking at, working with the nurses. I know the superintendent is, we want people to get the invite to the dance, right? Like if you don't get on the floor, then that's a whole different issue.
Exactly.
And today we got a message that, our boards of health have been working really hard to put together a plan to educate to vaccinate our educators. But, now they've been given news that they're not going to get any more vaccines. So now we're sort of delayed in that because of the state taking over. So maybe the state's plan will be better and faster, but we have less control over it than we did yesterday. So
is this something we could advocate for as citizens, as in like writing letters and calling?
Right.
Okay. All about that.
All those people who want to help, pick up the phone and call Governor Baker's office tomorrow 3 times. That would be great. Okay. Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you.
We done with this?
David, does David have his hand up?
No. Okay. Super. So do we want to have Vinny speak about sort of where we are with our finances for this year, as we've closed out quarter, and pray for things to be stable for the rest of the school year. So.
Can I just get the screen share, Mary Beth?
Absolutely. Hold on.
Actually, it's 9:00. We've been at this for 3 hours. Does anybody want to take a recess for 5 or 10 minutes? I just want to check on that. Peter. Julia. Okay, so let's actually give Vinny like 5 minutes to get all of that done, and we'll come back at 9:16, if to be exactly 5 minutes. 1 point for Dana for being on time. 1 point for Peter. And Vinny gets 1 too. And Mary Beth. And Julia and Michelle. Look at that. It's amazing. Oh, it just switched to 9:17.
I just enjoyed a 3-minute dinner.
Excellent. There wasn't enough time to brew tea, so it's being brewed and brought up. So. All right, and David's back. All right, that is amazing. All right, Vinny, were you able to get the screen share working?
Yes.
Super. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you guys for letting me present to you tonight. I'm here to present the FY21 year-end forecast as of the second quarter ending December 31st, 2020. So the major approach I took to this forecast when it came to expenses was leaning more towards the conservative side when predicting any forecast through the year end. In addition, all the expense forecast assumes we will continue in the current hybrid learning model through the remainder of the year. If students do return to full in-person, the forecast will change. So without a doubt, the biggest budget driver between Q1 and Q2 has to do with the employee leave requests. There are 3 different categories, as many of you know. It's the FMLA, the Family Medical Leave Act, the ADA, the Americans with Disability Act, and the new FFCRA, the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act. This slide was presented to you back in July of 2020. We were in the beginning stages of developing a prediction of any unbudgeted expenses and revenues that we predicted will occur during this school year that related to any additional COVID-19 expenses. So in addition,
Can I just check? I don't know if your screen is shared or other people seeing.
I am. Yes, I am.
Huh. Okay.
You may need to pin it in order to see it.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting.
Don't worry. So this slide is from July 2020. It was our best effort prediction of what the additional unbudgeted expenses were going to cost at the end of FY21. Just some of the, right now I'm going to go through what major changes we've seen since July and the ending of Q2. So a couple of things I'm going to highlight is the additional daily substitutes estimated to cost about $415,000. Additionally, the additional furniture for $18,000. The teacher on special assignment replacement at $81,000. The cafeteria deficit at $62,000. And the crisis-related consulting firms related to PR and HR for $90,000. So in terms of the biggest one, I tried to do an example of what my prediction was back in July and what the total cost was ultimately going to be at the end of the school year around employee leave requests. So hopefully I can walk you through this example without too much confusion, but in the budget, we have an example of a teacher here at M60 step 12. The salary for the year is $94,000, or in other words, 184 school days at a rate of $511 per day. So our original assumption was we were going to have many people take an FMLA, and under FMLA laws, as long as they have the sick time to offset their days off, we would have to pay them their normal daily rate of $511 per day. In addition to that, per the teacher's collective bargaining agreement, we would have to pay their substitute at a rate of a maximum of $284 per day. So what ends up happening to Our year-end forecast is at a per day rate. We had a budget of 511. It was wiped out when we paid the employee, and then it was put into a deficit when we paid the substitute. So per instance, per day, we had projected about a $284 loss. But what ended up happening was we saw more FFCRAs than we did FMLAs. So in the same example, you have your teacher at M60 Step 12 making the same $511 per day. But for the employee this time, under FFCRA rules, we were only allowed to pay them a maximum of $200 per day, which left a total budget variance of $311 per day. Then when you pay the substitute at $284, it actually left us with a savings of roughly $27 a day, which isn't a lot of money, but when you compare it to our deficit of $284 a day, we're seeing a swing of somewhere around $300 per day per instance that we budgeted this for. I believe going back to July, we estimated about 8 people, so the savings kind of add up pretty quickly. So you can see that here, it's the third line down. I originally estimated that we would need additional daily substitutes to the tune of $400,000. That was 2 slides ago. What has ended up happening is we're only seeing the need for about $127,000 worth, which is resulting in a favorable budget balance of roughly $288,000. In addition to those items I highlighted before is our additional furniture needs of approximately $18,000. This did happen. We did purchase the furniture. It's just the $18,000 was written into one of the COVID grants. So it was picked up entirely by a grant and did not hit our operating budget. Therefore, it resulted in savings to our operating budget. In addition, everyone knows the teacher on special assignment, we couldn't find a replacement in the classroom. So that teacher was actually moved back into the classroom, resulting in not needing a sub at $81,000. In addition, our PR and HR firm came in much lower than estimates in July, resulting in savings of approximately $31,000. A lot of this is being offset by our cafeteria deficit. So the best way I can explain this is right now we're still paying a lot of the cafeteria salaries to make the food, but we're not selling as many meals. This is resulting in a year-end deficit forecasted to be almost $230,000. The reason I'm only reflecting 113 is because our original operating budget included an amount of around $60,000 for a normal deficit in a normal year. In July, I had estimated an additional $60,000 for a total deficit of 120. The 113 is the delta between their actual deficit and what I originally predicted in July. So when you kind of add all these categories up together, it's actually resulting in a favorable balance of $522,000. Again, this is just our projected balance at year end. If any kind of movement occurs between December 31st and the end of the year, you will see this number possibly decrease or maybe increase if savings do occur. But this is ultimately one of the more favorable quarterly reports I've helped prepare in my 7-8 years here. So this is how you look at it in DAC form. This is how you would look at it in DESI category. Just a couple things to highlight here. I'm only projecting 3 DESI categories to be in a negative: capital maintenance operations, other teaching services, and pupil services. So just real quickly, at the end of every quarter, we really like to book budget transfers. But for this quarter, I'm not recommending that we actually book any transfers for 2 main reasons. Like I just said, there are 3 DESI categories that are forecasted to be in the negative, but none of them are currently in the negative. So right now we are running within our budget limits, and there really isn't a direct need for a transfer quite yet. This might change in Q3, but right now I don't really anticipate it changing too much. In addition to the fact that we're not currently running a negative, these three categories are directly linked to the COVID grants that have recently been issued. About a couple weeks ago, we received word of about $300,000 in ESSER 2 grant, and about an additional $50,000 for the state COVID prevention grant, as well as 2 prior grants that aren't officially closed yet. So what happens here is once the next quarter ends, I'll be booking many transfers out of our operating budget to these grants. So I don't predict that these 3 categories will ultimately end in a negative, which is why I'm not at this time asking for a transfer. I believe that is the quick version of it. If you guys have any questions, stop sharing to see it.
All right, down in the lower corner is David now. No questions? All right. Anna.
Thanks, Michelle. Vinny, the special teacher on assignment allocation that we ended up not filling, I thought at the meeting on October 21st, we reallocated that money to a special education position.
We did, but it was basically summarizing the difference between our July forecast of ending in a deficit to the change between the Q2 forecast. So yes, we did transfer, but overall, it does make up the difference between our July forecast and our Q2.
But our actuals, we have actually allocated that money, right? Like we have someone in that position, or no?
Nope, we do not have anyone in that position. Not on the teacher as special assignment, no.
No, I know, but the special ed position, didn't we fill it after?
Yep. We did fill it, so it is included in our actuals, yes, but it came in probably much later in the year and is included in the forecast in general.
So the forecast has changed, but the actuals will be more reflective of having made that allocation for the SPED teacher.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was following the plot there. Thanks.
Yep.
Michelle? Do you have anything?
Yeah, well, just thank you for explaining the Family Leave Act and the difference between the two of them and showing it like that. It really puts everything in focus. Thank you.
Peter? Do you have anything you wanted to ask?
Yep, just give me a second to unpause. Unmute. So we're just asking about this part, right? We're not talking about future budgets, like.
Yeah, no, that's next.
We're not talking about, because okay. I'm just trying, it's all convoluted, it's all tied in together, this year, future years, the current budget. So I'll hold on to my question, thank you.
Julia, did you have anything you wanted to ask?
No questions.
Nope. Me as well. So thank you. I guess I do want to ask a question because this came up earlier today. So when you say we're projecting whatever right now about $500,000, what happened to the extra Chapter 70 money?
So that would be in addition to the 522,000. So at this moment, we are predicting, I believe, about receiving $700,000 above our Chapter 70. That would get rolled in with any other revenue sources that are either in the plus or minus, but let's just say they were all on budget. We would ultimately close the additional $700,000 in Chapter 70 with this 522, ultimately returning about 1.3 million, if that's the decision we go with at the end of the year.
All right.
Wait, Michelle, can I ask Vinny a quick question? I have a question for Vinny about that. So we can't spend the extra chapter 70 because it's not in the budget, but the 522, if that number were to hold, or even a portion of it were to hold, if we get to the point, would there be any prohibition on us spending that on plexiglass or desks or something else? Like, would there be any restriction on us if we ended up having that at the end? Not the chapter 70, which I know is a different problem, but could we spend it?
As long as you guys tell me it's okay and we do a budget transfer into the appropriate lines that cover plexiglass, yes.
So in a practical sense, like, we do have a surplus of sorts building outside of the chapter 70 overpayment. We just don't know how real it's going to be and how long it's going to last.
Yeah, I would kindly ask that you wait one more quarter before, declaring what you'd like to do with it, just to make sure nothing changes.
So the third quarter ends, is that March 15th? April 15th?
March 30th or 31st, whatever, March 31st.
So about a month before our potentially expected, as soon as possible, return to full in-person learning?
Correct.
We might have a handle on how much excess we have on or around March 30th as we start to contemplate additional resources needed to bring the kids back to school.
I would kindly ask you give me 2 weeks after the quarter ends.
Okay.
Just to run it, so it would more on the terms of, April 15th-ish.
Okay.
Whatever the next meeting is after that.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my handle on when we might know how much additional money we have budgeted versus grants versus what we have. So, okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So now we have we had the hearing on the tentative budget, which is the one that we had voted. At that time, we had made a motion to ask Mary Beth and Vinny to come back with a budget that was more at like a 4% increase. And so we are going to hear what has transpired around that goal. So who is Mary Beth or Vinny? Somebody got it? Perfect.
Yep, I got it. Here,
Got
hold on 1 second. Okay, so next one is the changes to the superintendent's tentative FY22 budget recommendation. So before I begin, there's two sides of the changes here. There's the revenue side and there's the expense side. Currently, for this presentation, the major changes are around the revenue side. Over the past week and the rest of this week, Mary Beth and I are meeting with certain department heads to refine the budget even further, which we will be presenting to you at the next meeting on March 3rd. But for now, I'm focusing on the increases in revenues, which ultimately will drop our budget, and then kind of the housekeeping side of the expenses. So right now, the slide I have up, we did present it at the tri-board meeting, I believe either last week or the week before. It revolves around our Chapter 70 projected amount. So in our tentative budget, the Chapter 70 amount we used was 3.5 million. This included the assumption that there was no SOA funding to be included in the Chapter 70 amount for FY22, along with a 5% projected reduction due to the reduction in enrollment that we've seen this year. The budget that was passed by the House, I believe it was on either January 17th or 27th, I think. It included the net result of both the increase to the SOA and the reduction to the enrollment. That resulted in a budget of approximately 3.7 million, which ends up increasing our overall Chapter 70 assumption by approximately $160,000. This one move alone drops our net budget down to 3.97% and makes Hamilton's assessment just under $1 million and makes Wenham's increase just under at 263,000. Sorry. So that was the revenue side of the house with the major changes that reduced the overall assessment. The next set of slides is around our expenses, but every one of these changes net out to a zero reduction to our budget. So all they really are is housekeeping items. One quick example, I'm going to go over each of the 4 categories that change, but just a quick example of what happened here is around the 0.8 elementary curriculum coordinator. So the original tentative budget, I placed the whole entire salary under the PD DAC. After further meetings with Mary Beth and the leadership team, I discovered more of the responsibility that is going to be put on the elementary curriculum coordinator. And by DESE rules, their salary should really be split. So they should really be split 50% between professional development and 50% between instructional leadership. Since it's a 0.8 position, you're talking about 0.4 of their salary being moved out of professional development into instructional leadership. So every one of these 4 categories is something along those lines that we're just reclassing them into a more appropriate bucket that was discovered after many more meetings and figuring out what a lot of these positions are going to entail. So there are 4 major changes. It's within our instructional materials, our instructional leadership, our professional development, and our teacher categories. So I'm going to walk you through each one of them. The first one just being instructional materials. We're seeing a net change of $7,000. This is directly due to the academic support services program that we added to the high school. When I originally added it to the tentative budget, it was presented to me as a stipend at $7,000. I added it to our normal high school stipend line. But after further discussion of what the academic support services was going to entail, it really should be split between instructional leadership and instructional materials. So you see a reduction in the instructional leadership category and in addition to the instructional materials category. So again, you see the other side of it right here, the decrease of $7,000 from the instructional leadership, just like I had mentioned. In addition to that, we're seeing a decrease of approximately $38,000 for a 0.25 FTE secondary principal. So again, this has to do with just cleaning up. Mary Beth's original recommendation was to reduce the secondary principal by 0.5 and make them a 0.5 secondary curriculum coordinator. In the tentative budget, that was not reflected. We had discussed it, but I actually did not move 0.5 of the secondary position out of the principal category. So what I did here was, again, move half of their half-time position, otherwise known as 0.25, out of the principal's category or instructional leadership and put it into professional development. You'll see, I believe on the next slide, the other half of their 0.25 is coming out of that area as well. I actually think it would remain there because they're both instructional leaderships, but that is the same case for the elementary curriculum coordinator, where we see an increase of approximately $51,822. The 3 amounts net together for a total change to this one DESE category of approximately $6,700. Okay, you do see it, sorry. So on the other side, the professional development, we're seeing an increase of approximately $38,000. This is the other half of the the secondary principal, going from instructional leadership to now professional development. In addition, you're seeing a decrease of approximately $51,000, which is the other half of the 0.8 elementary curriculum coordinator. This last slide is around teachers. It's a net change. We just really wanted to identify the move within the budget. So within one of our budget recommendations, we are taking one of the 3 elementary reading specialists and we move them up to the middle school. But after further discussions with Stacy and the Student Services Office, Their time is going to be split between the middle school and the high school. So I put this here just to show you that instead of the middle school being increased 1 full FTE, they're only going to be increased 0.5, and the high school will be increased the other 0.5. So what this does to our DAC is just change the amounts spread out between each DESI category. It, as I said in the beginning, the expense reclassifications do not change the bottom line, and it is still resulting in a net change of approximately 1.8 million, or a 5% increase. Again, this is it. This is it by DESI category. Sorry, the other one was by DAC. And so this is our budget as an overview. You can see our top line is still the exact same. From there, you take away our reoccurring offsets of approximately 1.8 million. You're left with approximately 37.0 million, which is still the same as our tentative budget. The amount that is going to change is the first line here, Chapter 70 base aid. You can see the difference increased to about $746,000. This was a change, I believe, of approximately $590,000 increase before. This brings down our net operating budget to approximately 32.9 million, or an increase of overall of 2.5, or otherwise just under a 4% increase, which again brings Hamilton's assessment just below $1 million, and Wenham's assessment at brings Wenham's assessment up 263. So what does it look like now after you compare it to a 5-year look back? Right now, we're requesting an increase of approximately 3.97%, where our average 5 years, we were looking at an increase of approximately 5.4, leaving us just under a 1.5 under our 5-year average. That is the changes to our tentative budget that we are recommending. Okay.
So for whatever reason, Michelle, you've now moved to the bottom.
So Vinny, just so the community understands, can you explain professional development in DESI? Because I think a lot of people, when they first saw the tentative budget, they thought, oh my God, so much money is going towards, PD days on Wednesday. But if you can just explain what falls under that category, so people, you have, but again, say it standalone, please.
So for FY21, where we're currently in now, professional development category really just includes outside contractors coming in to provide PD to our teachers, or for our teachers to seek PD outside, whether it be at a college or an institute somewhere. But for FY22, we are now including 3 instructional coaches at each of the elementary schools, which in and of themselves are, just off the top of my head, about $90,000 a piece, which is why you're seeing such a big increase in the PD line. But this is all kind of a reclassification of current positions. So under Mary Beth's model, we're trading in technology specialists and reading specialists and putting forth the curriculum coaches. So the difference is that before they would just fall under the teachers category, DESI category, but now they're falling under the PD category. They are all still teachers under the teachers collective bargaining agreement, but in terms of DESI language, they fall under separate categories because one of them doesn't provide direct instruction to students. They help provide professional development to teachers instead, that then in turn help better instruct students. So in addition to the 3 instructional coaches, half of the 0.4 elementary curriculum coordinator also go into the PD. So that's why we're seeing such a nominal increase, such a big increase to that category. Does that help?
Great. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Peter?
Michelle Horgan, thank you you asked the question that exactly what I wanted to hear, because I had that same question. What's within that $382,000? And what I want everyone to understand, and I want the whole community to understand, that for a fraction of that cost, for a fraction of $382,000, we can have a learning management system that's adaptive, intuitive, that creates an individualized IEP for every student, that identifies students who need the additional support after these learning gaps. It resolves the problem of curriculum alignment, because the learning management system horizontally and vertically aligns the curriculum. Every single teacher has a learning consultant assigned to them, where they get nearly 24/7 professional development support on when they need it, rather than closing the schools for a day. It allows us to include Moodle, e-commerce, and single sign-on, and it allows the student's grade to go directly into a grade book. So we're aligning the curriculum vertically and horizontally. We're creating individualized EEPs. We're identifying students who need the most support. Teachers are getting professional development when they need it for a fraction of this $382,000. But we still keep ignoring that we need a learning management system, because if this pandemic continues into next year, we will need this. So I don't understand. I guess my point is, I want the community to know that for a fraction of $382,000, we can resolve our alignment issues. We can resolve our instructional coaches, aligning the curriculum, identifying students' needs. Professional development is included, and it helps every department can ensure that learning is consistent across every classroom. And we continue not to discuss a learning management system that would solve, at a fraction of the cost, it would solve a lot of our problems. I'm outraged just as a community member that we're not discussing this more seriously. And I have other questions too. I just want that to sink in. For a fraction of $382,000, we can have all of those other problems solved. We help our students, we help our teachers, we help our budget. Is now the time to talk about things like, can we, as between the two towns and the school district, compare healthcare costs to see who has better rates, and maybe the towns and the school district all get on the same healthcare plans to increase savings?
Lenny, do you want to talk about that analysis you did last year or the year before?
Yep, we did that, Peter, and the problem is because the towns have such small enrollment and such high loss ratios, it would actually increase our premiums to a rate that will cost all three entities more in the long run. So at this time, until the town's loss ratios decrease, it's not financially feasible. I said it wrong, but
yeah, no, all right. And again, the reason I ran the school committee is because I really want this to be an innovative district that families seek out, like in the model of Milton. There's waiting lists to get into the school districts of Milton, where they start languages early, but we're moving in the wrong direction. We are losing languages at the middle school, and we're just going to keep budget cutting our way out of this, and by losing programs. I'd rather see us move the other way and getting teachers, like languages back in, teachers back in, reading specialists back in, And if we were to only spend a fraction of $382,000, we would get a huge benefit, and we could start through attrition, maybe adding languages as teachers retire, adding languages to the elementary school levels earlier. I just don't, my problem with this budget is I don't see it as creating the innovative district that we need to be. All right, thank you.
David?
I'm curious as to where we're going to find that money that we know we need to find. Right. I don't know. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Anna?
Thanks, Michelle. Well, I have a couple ideas about a different way to look at this. I just want to note for the record, I think it's important for the community to understand that we did not reduce our budget. We simply added in the Student Opportunity Act. We're banking on money from the state in light of that plan. So I think it's again, this is one of the small points of transparency. The public listening might say, oh, wow, they cut their budget. We didn't cut our budget. We haven't actually cut a penny off the budget. We've simply added more revenue based on funding. So I think the words we use and the optics of that matter. I've been thinking about this whole night and all the conversation and the priorities and the Gantt chart, the empty Gantt chart, the projected timeline to get kids back. And the more that we talk about this and the more I hear from the parents, the more I feel like this next year is not the year, one, to force the towns to an override. Like, again, that it's just not going to happen. And now that we've actually doubled down on telling parents, we're not going to be able to get kids back before April at best. We're not willing to follow the new CDC guidance that says reduce distance. I think the reality is, like, this budget is about next year. And I feel like, for me, the big themes that are coming out are that when our kids come back, they don't need more changes. They don't need a new curriculum plan. What they need are humans face-to-face who will be with them, who will work with them, who will assess the learning losses that they've suffered, to provide them emotional support. I feel like every piece of this budget, I want to put my money closest as possible to the kids. And I think, Mary Beth, what you're doing, and I think actually the DESE categories reveal this, you're taking teachers and you're making them middle managers. You're making instructional coaches, coach the coaches, right? And that doesn't sound so catastrophic necessarily, but this year, I think is the worst possible year to remove FaceTime from students. And that worries me, because I think when our kids come back, when they eventually come back, and at this point, until I see more filled in on that Gantt chart, I'm not even convinced that we're prepared to make September operational with everyone. Like, I cannot emphasize enough how disappointed I am in our lack of planning. But if we assume that September is roughly normal, I think that our kids need so much more than coach the coaches. So that's one thought. The other thought I have is, the teachers have also suffered, and I've yet to hear a convincing argument that some of the collaboration that's done on Wednesdays and across the district, I kind of feel like this is the year that we need to resettle and reevaluate where we are as a district, as a community, as a society. Like, coming out of this, we are so wackadoodle, and I just feel like changing the structure in such a radical way that I'm not convinced is even necessary at this point, and I know we can't afford. And I'm not convinced it's good for kids anymore. Like, the more we talk about it, I actually don't know that moving those teachers away helps anyone. The one part of the budget, to David's question, like, if I were just to say, what would we do to this budget? I would get Vinny his payroll person, because it's ludicrous we don't have one. So that's a shout out to you, Vinny. You need that. I would restore the middle school model, and I would include that 6th grade foreign language back in, because that's one of those things that matters to people and matters to the district. And honestly, I would potentially think about adding more counselor or support or SPED evaluation support. I asked that question of Stacy Busick, and she said we were good, but coming back, I just don't think we know. And I would not do anything else. Honestly, I would scale everything back and see where we land, and then evaluate what the district needs and evaluate what the palette is. But I think that we've sort of I think we need to get back to putting people in front of people. And Peter, while I share your desire for innovation, and I do feel like an LMS system in some way might be helpful, I don't think these kids need more technology. Like everything else, I think these kids need people. They need humans that they know, that they love, that they trust, that will help them learn to read again, that will tell them that the last year of their suffering was not for naught. So I kind of feel like I want to build more humanity back into this budget, less middle management. And I just think we have to scale the whole thing back, because there's no way this community is going to pass the budget the way it is. And we haven't actually cut it. There's been no reduction. It's only been the addition of the SOA. And as you all know, I find that a dubious legality in the first place. And I sort of resist the idea of framing that as a reduction. That's not a reduction. That's just a revenue.
Dana?
So I have a lot of concern about, I think it's, I want this to be really respectful, but I have a concern about saying that one of our leadership people, Stacy Busick, said that she was okay with the budget. And for you to say that she's not right about that. I guess I want to really listen carefully to our leadership about what they need, because they are a lot closer to it. So I just have some concern about that. I do think it's really important for us to ask questions about the budget and get deeper understanding. But I have a concern about sort of wanting to be cautious about disregarding what our leadership says that they need. My second point is that I guess, that those of you that work in education maybe can answer this, but it seemed to me when I was a private citizen and we eliminated the director of curriculum position, like, are there very many districts that don't have any curriculum directors? Like, because that seems, I don't feel like I guess I am concerned about the budget, and I understand that we are putting it back in, but I do feel like this isn't some sort of frivolous thing that's being put back in. This is something that's pretty normal to have in a district, is someone that's overseeing and the vision of the curriculum for the district. So I just want to put that out there, that I think it might be being characterized as something that's I don't know. I think it's a pretty normal thing to have. On the budget, can I ask a question, Vinny, about what before us?
Of course.
The combined assessment before, with the previous one, what's our total, the difference from our total now with including the capital budget, our total combined assessment? What's the percentage that we?
The difference is 160. The
Okay.
only thing that changes the revenue.
Okay.
Yep. Is that your question? Sorry.
Yeah, because I know we were trying to get to that below four, and we did on the operating budget, but that isn't. It's the operating budget, not the combined total, correct?
The combined total would go down 160 as well.
Right.
Yep. And I have my last meeting tomorrow with the department head, and me and Mary Beth are going to hopefully meet either tomorrow or when she comes back, and we do have a plan to hopefully remove another approximately 100 to 150,000, which we're hoping will get us under the point for either towns to need an override. I just have to have one more meeting.
No, I hear that. And I hear that I heard Mary Beth's words about being cautiously optimistic that that is the direction we're moving. So thank you. I look forward to seeing that, the specifics of that. Thank you.
Julia, I bet you can guess.
Yay. So I don't have any specific questions. I really don't think there's anything egregious in this budget or out of the ordinary, especially because we've gone over the line items and, Vinny, you've graciously answered all of our questions about the line items, but I do agree with the overall philosophy that I think that the parents and the families in this district would support this budget if they really saw kind of more of a detail of a plan coming forward. So I appreciate the plan tonight. I think we're moving forward in the right direction, but the sense that I get, and as a parent and talking just to other parents, not even necessarily, like I talk to parents on both sides, parents that don't want to go back at less than 6 feet and parents that really do. But I really feel like there's just this sense of how can we support this budget when we don't even know if we're going back in September. There's no plan for September. There's a plan sort of to go back in April. So I wouldn't say that I have an issue with this budget, but I do think philosophically there's just more at work here. And I don't have the perfect solution, but I also would say that I really don't think there's support for an override. And I know we've all talked about it and I know that you know that, but I do want to just completely reiterate that point. So unfortunately, I don't have a specific question. I think you've answered all of the questions fantastically. I just think this is like a really kind of an impossible situation.
So earlier tonight, we heard parents talking about they expect there to be needs or changes and stuff in the fall. So I had heard earlier, I thought, that one of the assumptions was that we would be back in school, full in person, and that's what this budget is based on. Is that?
That's correct, Michelle. One of the assumption slides that we had earlier was that this budget is built with the expectation that we will be returning to full in-person learning. So an example of that is that you do not see a fully remote model in this budget, right? So that is clearly the assumption we have made in building this budget. And it's important for parents to understand that is what this budget is intended to fund.
So if we were to be required by the state to provide some sort of remote program, we would have to figure that out. Or
right. And that's been a conversation with the superintendents and the commissioner, asking for clarification as to if we're back full-time in person, which again, I think that is the assumption that most people are building fiscal year 22 budgets on. But the question is, will the state require districts to continue to provide some type of in-person learning? The commissioner was not willing to commit on that at the moment. But like many aspects of this budget, we have to make assumptions about certain things. And when things change, we have to problem solve and figure out. As what has been indicated in this meeting, there are the ESSER funds that are available and things like that, so that if we're hit with unexpected requirements, that we are being thoughtful about what are the pools of money that could be available to address those unanticipated changes or state demands that at this moment we do not know about.
Benny, I thought I had heard you say that there was money in this budget in case we needed PPEs for next year. Is that true, or did I imagine that?
That's correct. Currently, there's $50,000 in PPE.
Okay, so if we're full in person, we might still need to provide wipes or masks or face guards or gowns or whatever. Okay, all right.
That's the idea.
Okay. All right, well, we'll look forward to the results of your meeting.
Peter has his hand up.
Oh, Peter. Oh, okay.
Thank you. I just want to clear up a mischaracterization that the LMS is not more technology. In fact, I would argue it's less. It's just more efficient, more streamlined. We're not asking teachers to cobble together a hodgepodge of all these different unrelated, unconnected technology that they're using anyway. This is a tool that allows teachers to be more efficient, allows departments to ensure learning is consistent across classes. It's a tool for teachers to make, they can identify through formative assessments who's getting it, who's not. The system directs students towards their preferred learning style because it's intuitive, it's adaptive. It vertically and horizontally aligns our curriculum. It identifies students who need extra support, and it gives the teachers professional development support when they need it, on their schedule, not on a Wednesday when all the kids are at home. So I argue that this builds humanity back into it, because if we free up a whole bunch of this money, we can bring foreign languages back, into the middle grades, or even into the younger grades, and even into elementary school. We can bring back more counselors if we're not spending a whole ton of money hodgepodging things like we're doing now, adding curriculum coaches, adding professional development separately, when this learning management system at a fraction of that 382,000 could solve all those problems. So I argue that it's less technology, it's more effective technology, it's streamlined, it's more brings back more of the human touch through counselors and language. And one last, so I want that to sink into the community, that we're doing a patchwork where, we're hodgepodging something together when we don't need to, and we could save a ton of money at the same time. And my last question is, have we ever considered bringing out of state students into the district? I understand we get a lot more money per student when, like, if we wanted to work to bring Mandarin students who speak Mandarin, work from China or Taiwan, that students could come here, or the French government. Have we ever considered, because my idea is something along the lines of Milton.
We have looked into that. I don't remember what the issue was with that.
I can speak to that a little bit. So you are right, Peter, that if you have international students come to your school, the tuition is actually fairly substantial. There are a number of issues related to that. You have to get the right visas to allow students to come and travel. And the work in terms of setting it up means that you have to really you have to seed the money up front to have somebody come in and set it up and help to run it. It is something that can have some value in looking at. It's something that we looked into in my last district, but it does require a lot of seed money up front to get started. There's a lot of set up in terms of visas and working with the government to be sure that we have all the different pieces in place. But in the future, and as we think about strategic planning, that may be something that the community may want to consider.
Because I know the French government does do that. The French government does provide seed money to get the programs going. And if we do want to make it an innovative district, we do want to help get increased sources of revenue, create some diversity greater diversity in our district. I think we should seriously consider this and stop studying it. Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Any more questions? Okay. It says policy, but then there's nothing under it, so I don't think there's anything to talk about. No, I don't think so. Chair's report. All right, couple of things. One, want to remind the community that there are things that they can do to help the school committee. One of them is there is an election coming up. So if you are interested in running, you can pull papers. I think those are due back on March something. Anyways, that's on the district's website.
March 18th.
March 18th. And if you are not interested in running, you can find a candidate who is and sign their nomination papers. Another thing you can do is you can, as Benny and Mary Beth spoke about, the state is reducing enrollment for their calculation of Chapter 70. Many people are opposed to that. They feel that, as Julia expressed at our last meeting, that it really should be based on last year's enrollment. So while you're picking up the phone to call Charlie Baker about advocating for vaccines for teachers, you could also let him know that you think that we should be using last year's enrollment numbers. And then you can call him again. Also, the Attorney General's office recently put out an FAQ related to remote meetings. And one of the things that they addressed is having your camera off because because if a person is participating remotely, they're expected to have their camera on and be seen and heard at all times. They did say, however, that from time to time, it is perfectly acceptable to turn your camera off, and that, you might in a normal meeting walk away from the table. So for anyone in the public that has a question about that, it does seem to be allowable. And the last thing, when people talk about how can they help us, even though our substitutes, we're having savings in substitutes, we still need them. And so if you are available, of course, come down to the district office and sign up to be a substitute, because that is an issue, getting enough teachers to come in and cover that for a day or 2 or 3 if a teacher happens to have to quarantine. So that is what I would have to say. Mary Beth, do you have anything you'd like to report?
I am actually good for tonight.
Sounds good. It sounds like Capital Finance is meeting next week. Is that what I heard?
Yep, Monday on the 22nd, the agenda is set and posted, so you can take a look and see.
I think policy is still meeting in March. We heard at our last meeting. Negotiations met today. Dana, when's
We're meeting again on the 25th. It's
Thursday, yeah.
Thursday. Great. So we are now to the consent agenda. Is there anyone who would like to hold any of the items on the consent agenda? It includes warrants, minutes, and a donation.
I'd like to hold the donation, please.
Thank you. Great. So Dana, do you want to make a motion to accept the stuff that's on the consent agenda in A and B?
I move that the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School Committee approve the consent agenda, parts A and B as presented on the agenda. And no changes shall be made.
No changes shall be made. And there's also no discussion. So,
Do you need a second?
Yep, we do.
Second.
Second by Anna. Needed to move this window that I'm looking something up out of the way. All right, great. Roll call vote. Julia.
Yes.
Why do you guys move around on the screen? It's weird. David.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Peter.
Yes.
Anna.
Yes.
Dana.
Yes.
Michelle Bailey, yes, that's 7. All right. We have a donation from the Ed Fund, and it has been held. Dana, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. I just wanted to, oh, that's so strange. Well, I held it for 2 reasons, one of which just got answered on my, one was I held it because I always want to appreciate the grants that are being held, and this one in particular was a grant that was I guess Michelle Horgan probably knows more about it than I do, but sponsored by students, and I think it's important. And then my second reason for holding it was that I said I was going to say I wasn't able to read the grant, but for whatever reason now it finally popped up, so I don't know.
Yeah, the wrong exhibit was in there, and I had let Janelle know about that, but she.
It's because for the past 6 years, I was actually the person who was sending them over to you.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, that's very strange that I can't read the grant. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, so maybe somebody else can speak a little bit more about the grant, but I know it was an exciting grant. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank the Ed Fund and thank those students for doing that. And it looks like Julia might have more to say about it.
Julia?
I just want to say I have been a grant writer for about 15 years, written grants, evaluated grants, and this was incredibly well written. I'm so proud, and I just wanted to give the students credit and thank you to the Ed Fund. But I thought this was incredibly well thought out, and I was really impressed reading it as having been a grant writer for years. So thank you.
I'd just like to add, it was inspiring for me to see these young women that I knew as little girls develop to such thoughtful, intelligent people. And it really, our future looks great. And again, it's who we are as a community. So a beacon of hope for sure. So thanks to Nadine and Deb.
So the grant is to buy books for our libraries that are related to social justice, for lack of a better word, issues, because it comes.
Well, they're to foster discussions about race and racial equity.
Is that our agenda has a link to the grant, which has a great reading list on it, should you be looking for books for your family or kids. So it looks like we are ready to accept it. Can you make a motion and also mention the amount, please?
Hold on. I moved away from that screen. Hold on.
I'm trying to find a different screen myself. So.
Someone have I actually now.
You got it?
No, go ahead. Tell me.
7,100.
I was going to say, I make a motion that the Hamilton School Committee accepts the grant donation from the Ed Fund grant in the amount of $7,100 for the social justice as presented.
Or second?
Second.
Second by Dana. So now I have to move this down. Okay, roll call vote. Julia?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes, and thank you.
Anna?
Yes.
Dana?
Yes.
Michelle Bailey, yes, at 7-0. Okay, so topics for future meetings, and I'm trying to find that form because I feel like there's something I want to say about it. So next meeting is a workshop. It's on the 23rd. The MASC is providing a the 10th division of the MASC, which I think is in Western Massachusetts, is providing a speaker. Did anybody go to the speaker before? She spoke before. Nobody? Okay. So she spoke before, and she is coming back to do more speaking on bias and I can't remember the other word that they use, equity, bias and equity. So the school committee will be attending a workshop. It won't be available to the public because it is a training and we wouldn't actually be deliberating at that meeting. And then Mary Beth, do you have the work plan there that you can pull up while I'm looking for this form?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question, Michelle? I know, because I did successfully sign up for the workshop, but you're saying we are not going to have our own separate meeting afterwards, is that?
I was not planning on it.
I just clarification, that's all.
And I was trying to find, because I feel like there was something on that's why I'm looking for this form. I feel like there was something on that.
Michelle, there was something on it that you had tabled for that date, and then on the work plan there was something else. So sort of related to the training itself, I had asked about a DEI audit, and you had put that on for the 23rd. I think we've also long been suffering to talk about when we're going to talk about unconscious bias training. So I feel like, especially in light of the grant that we just approved, which directly referenced the need for that, we're going to go to the training. So my agenda items that I've been asking about are unconscious bias training for the district and a DEI audit. And you had scheduled the DEI audit for that meeting on the 23rd. So I'm a little hesitant to say we don't need it. I also know that the other things that have come up recently are our protocols. That was supposed to be today, but we didn't do that. And then I think the big one is that Mary Beth's formative assessment was supposed to be on the 23rd. So I'm a little hesitant to just cancel the meeting entirely, because I do feel like we have some things to discuss after we attend the training.
So I think, yeah, so I want to put the letters in order.
DEI.
DEI. I was like, is it DIA? DEI. Would have been part of the planned workshop, but there's a bunch of issues around it, so we can't really pull it off in a good way. So it seemed better to have the committee be informed around those issues by attending this training. So that's where that part is. The formative assessment, we talked about putting off until the next meeting, because really the workshop shouldn't have gotten mixed up with that. Because they're not supposed to be meetings, they're supposed to be workshops where we're focusing on our professionalism as school committee members. So that shouldn't have really have been part of it anyways, but that was the thinking around that. And that is what I needed to find on the form. Yeah.
So just so I understand that, we're going to attend a training about DEI and bias that lasts for an hour and a half. And then in some ways it would make sense to then go into a conversation about that. We've been talking about the bias. That motion I made was rejected because we hadn't talked about our goals and how it fit into the budget. And I mean, I feel like I don't understand why we wouldn't actually have the meeting where we talk about these issues while they're fresh of mind. We talked about goal setting. We talked about protocols. I think we can all agree that we still need to be working on our protocols as a committee. I mean, I just don't think the workshop is a replacement for us to meet and do our own work.
Michelle Horgan? You're muted, just so you know. Thank you.
I don't know if this fits in with Anna's request, but we have seen that there, and I don't want to add another layer of work to us, to our group, but I have seen school committees that do have working groups of DEI that can further vet out what's in what we as a district need to do.
Yeah.
And I don't know if somehow we can have the workshop and then, I don't know, it somehow form this working group that could then further vet the problems and issues that we see in the district and come back to the full committee. I don't know. I don't know if this dovetails well together. I don't know.
That's what I was thinking. The MASC thing would be like, just hearing more about it will give us information about what maybe we can do. Dana.
So to sort of combine what Anna and Michelle are saying, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not set on anything, but is there a way to have, to Anna's point, some sort of a follow-up, that, because, when you go to something like that, I could see that there would be real value in having a conversation with the group that you're going to work with, this group right here afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And to Michelle's point, I also think there would be value in having that conversation with a really open mind and not a very narrow focus, like not just like, okay, we went to that workshop, now we want to vote on X, but rather like we went to that workshop and what is the next thing we want to create, like, which is what so I would see that there's value in and I know that that's not typically how the school committee works. We like to have a very specific agenda item, but I think there is value in, after the workshop, having a specifically time limited conversation that with the goal of like creating an action step, or I don't know how to phrase that, but I would not be opposed to a working group. Also, I am a new member of the DEI group for the camp board that I'm on, and it's, very eye-opening, and I'm learning a ton. So it would be, there's value in that.
Just a processing of the information that we heard. Is that what we're thinking? Anna, and then Michelle.
I definitely think we should process it as a group together. I think I would suggest, and this is just based on my own training and background on some of these issues, which is something I know about. I think it's important to make sure we're all dealing with the same knowledge base as much as possible. So my hesitancy of creating a new working group is one, just schedule and committee fatigue. But I actually think it's really important that we go to a training together and all of us hear the same information and then process it together. And then if we bifurcate off into a new group, now all of a sudden a smaller group of people is going to have knowledge that the others may not. And this is the kind of experiential learning that's really important to feel it firsthand. Like firsthand interpretation of this is very personal, and they talk a lot about doing the work yourself. So I actually think this is a moment where a working group might actually be counterproductive to keeping us all on the same page so that we all have the same opportunity to receive information together. So I think Dana has a good point, maybe take a step back from the goals, but I think high level, this is obviously something the district needs to work on in a lot of ways. And there's ways that we could cut it. We could do an audit. I do think that's a valuable thing. A lot of districts are. We could create a position. We could have a working group. The thing that was, to be honest, troubling about the grant, not troubling, but worth noting from our students themselves, right? Purposeful integration of racial topics has not been done before in our district, which is why the grant is needed, as it would raise awareness about issues pertinent to minority groups in our community. And then later they say, unfortunately, in a recent high school forum held to foster discussion about race, many people of color students, POC students, shared experiences of marginalization and or being subjected to the subconscious biases in our both curriculum and fellow students. These painful experiences clearly demonstrate the need for change in our community, which we hope to accomplish with this grant. So we have this, we had a letter 2 weeks ago from Olivia Suleman and the youth chapter of the Human Rights Coalition. I just feel like we as a body, all 7 of us together, need to talk about what this means to us and what direction we want to go forward. So I definitely want to do the training, but I want to talk about it after. I agree that maybe once we talk about it, we all get on the same page about what we want next, then that would inform the next step. But I would encourage us to keep the 7 of us, or, I guess 8 or not, when we include everyone. I think we all need to be in the same room together. Otherwise we will lose the equity of the equity conversation, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I agree with you 100% on that as a group, we need to go to this and then debrief at the end. And then as a working group, form a working group potentially to further vet it and make it the best it can be. So then as a district, we move towards this society, our communities that are inclusive and sensitive and do things correctly for everybody in this community. So I think we're in a good spot.
I think that needs to be facilitated in some way, and I don't know what's going to happen at the training yet. So I'll see if I can get in touch with that person who's running it, the Division 10, whatever person, or locate someone who can sort of just facilitate it for us. But I'm thinking like that should take like an hour. So that would be us starting. I think that thing starts at 6. It runs till 7:30. Then maybe we would start at 7:40. Well, maybe we should start at 7:45. That way, if it runs long, we can be here. And then, 45 minutes or so of debrief or whatever it takes. Does that sound reasonable?
Yep. Yeah. Can I add something? I do want us to come out with something actionable after this. So doing the training is wonderful. We can debrief, we can talk, but I would love to maybe like the outcome of the meeting is let's have two, maybe it's forming a working group. Maybe that's the only thing that we come out with, but maybe, we need to have like the next action steps. What is the next thing we're going to do? And it really might be form a working group. I don't know, but
I actually think that's a really reasonable, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you, but I think that I think that it is okay to have a discussion where that you don't need to be more specific than that. You can say, our goal is to come out with an action step. Something that we can tangibly say, this is our action step. I feel like that is doable. And I actually think it's okay that like, yeah, we're already throwing around, maybe it might be this, maybe it might be that, maybe it might be a training, maybe it might, but to know that our goal is not just to have a conversation, but to actually say, and the next step is.
Well, the next step is going to be to attend a human rights forum in Hamilton, coming up on a date near you. But yeah, but beyond that, yeah, Joe Demelowitz sent us a request earlier to make sure that we advertise that. So that is our first advertisement for him. That is
not have the date. I saw at the selectmen's meeting that there was.
I didn't see this.
There was some discussion.
It actually, ironically, unless the date was changed, was supposed to be the 23rd, but I think that it may be postponed actually. So I think before it's in flux.
Near you in the near future.
The only thing I'll say too, and this is just to pick up on what Julia said, and I'm really glad that she verbalized it this way, just to be mindful of that resolution we passed. There were specific action things that we have affirmed that we will do as value sets. And this has to be more than a conversation and an idea. Like there has to be something tangible, and we've already sort of affirmed that. So I do like the idea of keeping it open-ended. And I think that, again, this has to be all of us really being on the same page because the issues are too complicated. And I'll just offer this too, that we all come into this with different levels of background and baggage and biases. Like we all have different ones. And so that's where I say it's really important to stay together, because it's really easy to get off in a rabbit hole and working on one thing. Like if we're going to do something that's actually comprehensive, it needs to be some measure of uniformity. And these are topics that everyone's experiences are so very personal. And I think this is, of all things that we're ever going to talk about, this is one where making sure we actually truly do come to some measure of agreement is crucial. So I want to keep us together as much as possible. So I'm fine with that.
So, we'll see everybody. Well, I don't know if we'll see everybody at 6:30 or whatever, 6 o'clock next week. If anybody's having an issue registering, if you can let me know, I can fill that out for you. Dana?
Actually, Peter had his hand up before I did.
Oh, I didn't see that. Peter?
Oh, it doesn't matter what order we go in. If I were to do some research about bringing foreign students into the district, seeing about that seed money, et cetera, would the committee be interested in hearing it? Or is that too?
You mean getting a grant for it? Is that what you mean? Or?
No, well, I can start researching and see.
Dr. Harvey presented something to the school committee about 9 years ago, maybe. I mean, I don't know if you can find that, but.
I mean, Peter, if you're asking me a question, I feel like my impulse right now is we have so many balls in the air. The idea of pursuing that right now feels like a hard one to add to it. But I also I like the high level concept of it, but I feel like we can't even start. We're not even walking again yet, let alone doing that. So I guess my impulse would be no, not right now, but certainly not no, not ever. That's my gut feeling right now.
I don't know, and just for 3 years, everything is too high level. It's always not now, not now, not now. If the committee doesn't even want me to do research on my own time, I fear for this district because it just seems so
nobody's asking
short-sighted.
Nobody's asking you not to do it, Peter.
Yeah, but the committee doesn't want to hear it. That's my point.
We want to hear it. I think the question is when, I mean, I wouldn't say we don't want to hear it, but like at March 3rd meeting, maybe it's not the best time. So I would not make a blanket statement that we don't want to hear it. But if it's during like a night like tonight when we have budgets, and if there's going to be a plan for reopening or on a big, hugely contentious evening, I would probably say hold off. But I think your point is right. There's never going to be a perfect time. But I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say exclusively that I don't want to hear about it, especially if you're doing it of your own free will.
Great. Is there a motion to, Dana, did you need to speak? Yeah.
I just wanted to get back to the, Anna just made a point about the MASC workshop. So I just wanted I wanted to reiterate that I would put forth agreement with what Anna said, which is that perhaps we can all, when we have that meeting, bring with us, having read the resolution that we did all agree on. It's something we all agreed on. So let's, I want to put that forward as like a really useful starting point afterwards to have that in hand. If we can agree on that, that would be terrific. And then, oh, I did have trouble registering. So I'd be interested if other people had trouble registering. It said it allowed me to register, but it did not. It said my email was invalid and it could not send me the link. So I'd be interested in whether other people had that experience. That was my experience last time registering for a different workshop there as well. So, and I'm using my HW Schools email. So I don't know whether other people had that.
All right, so we will make that resolution an exhibit for the meeting. I wrote that down, so that'll be good. Michelle, you had your hand up a second ago. Are you?
No, I was just going to say right now, once everyone logs off, just get on to the meeting. Log in if you can, register. Just so last action item before you go to bed.
All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I would second.
Well, I'm entertaining it. Are you the first?
So moved.
All right.
Okay,
So
great.
moved.
Great. One of those is the first and one of those is the second. Voting by roll call. Julia.
Yes.
David.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Peter.
Yes.
Anna.
Yes.
Dana.
Yes.
Bill Bailey, yes. All right. Well,